Hello, hello everyone. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully well. I'm so excited. Welcome. How are you? This is not available. How are you doing? Hey Piranha. Hopefully you're doing well. Still a little early, so we're gonna. Yeah, new costume. Oh gosh, the first cult. I think it's Cult of the Lamb one was like the 4th costume we ever did. It's up there. It's one of the older ones, and I am really happy how this turned out. I was like, I'm definitely gonna do a new costume. It's definitely gonna be animated. Yeah. And luckily the teaser posters and stuff gave me some good inspiration for this, right? So good. It's above it. You think it's rated above Martha the Vulture? Yeah. Actually, she looks like a little. Let's see here. Can I move her just a touch? I want to move her up just a little. Whoa! Oh! I did something wrong. Oopsies. Hoo-hoo. Why is there 2 Mama Dodos? Tee-hee. Okay, we're okay. We're fine. Oh, can I like do that? No. Okay, so I need to, if I'm going to move both of these, can I do this? Nope. I'm not cast out from this very dimension of my lack of motivation. Hope so. Oh, or hope not, rather. Hope not. Alright, can I just do this then? It's going to be a little bit of a cheat in a way, but if we just take that whole scene and raise it by a little bit. That's ESRB. That's wrong. Wrong one. Wrong one. Idealist. Mama Dodo. Boo-doo-boo-doo. No, it still gets cut off. It's fine. If the bottom is cut off a little bit, it's fine. Especially since there seems to be 2 copies of Mama Dodo, which I'm very concerned about of why there were 2 copies of Mama Dodo. Hold on, let's see here. Boop. Okay. And then we have the glow. Boop. Yeah. Look at the glow! It turns a purple. Oh. Your head have been gone for too long. I'm sorry. I'm really making a game mode for a game where you fight a heck of enemies. Any names? Boss rush, or depending on what kind of people you're fighting, something rush. Extra points if it's illiterate, not illiterate. The thing where they have the same first letter or the same pronunciations. Worlds and Mayhem, easy. Yeah, that's pretty good too. But yeah, no, yeah. So I apologize for the long break that I was, but you know I was taking care. There were some issues with my mom, so we were taking care of that. But we should be back to normal for the most part, as far as our consistent schedule. So keep looking forward to that. And I apologize for any pings last night. I know Piranha, you showed up, but I was trying to find a way to reduce stream lag. Because in order for certain interactions that I'm going to want to do in the future, that needs to be reduced. I can't just be a 20 full second delay when there needs to be back and forth. You know what I mean? And so I don't know if 20 seconds in total is normal or not, but it always feels like I'm slower compared to, like, I have watched streams of friends who live nearby, and then people from across the country get it before I do. So I'm like, what's going on? Why am I the problem? It's not that long, but like, if I want something to put in front of y'all, and then y'all to react and chat, and then to affect the thing that I'm putting in front of you, 20 seconds is a bit of an ask. It's a bit of an ask. It's not crazy, but it's essentially an 8-second both directions, and then about a 4-second window for you to respond. which is not a lot of time, right? So you do see an improvement. Well, that's good. Good. I'm glad to see that there seems to be an improvement for y'all's end, because I messed with some settings on my end, and for whatever reason, OBS had like a 20-second auto delay, like just default. I didn't, in testing, I didn't see a whole lot of difference, but if y'all could feel the difference, then I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. All right, but as far as what it looks like we could just hop right into it, question mark? It's kind of crazy. But here, we have all the DLCs. Also, y'all, this is my streak, though. Oh, right! It would have reset everyone's streaks. I'm so sorry. I totally didn't think about it. Oh, okay, thank God. Okay, I'm so sorry for breaking y'all's streak. I don't know how I would have been able to test it otherwise. I guess I should have just waited for a game dev stream or something and then mess it then or something. It's hard to tell. But yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, I apologize if I'm a little bit mentally not absent, but airy. I was up until 7 in the morning finishing this animation. So hey Luna, welcome in. There's a way to test without actually going live. I forgot what it was. The only other option was like if I did sub only mode or something. Yeah, listen. The first one, the me not talking one, I finished that one at like midnight. And then the other one took longer than anticipated. Thank you! I did it in celebration for the new Cult of the Lamb DLC we'll be playing today. Oh, I remember. The extension should be working. So as we add new people in, once we get in, we'll make sure that that's all hooked up and ready to go. Y'all, by watching me stream, should be getting access to certain models. I believe so. As in your own games, you'll unlock models by watching me play Woolhaven. I recently learned that literally today, so let me know if that isn't working or is working. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of cool. There's like stream ones that you unlock and stuff by watching people. So that's a lot of cool stuff. Yeah. Hey Dragon, welcome in. How are you doing, my guy? Looks like y'all are trickling in now. Perfect. Yeah. It's a drop thing. Yeah, long time no see. Or yeah, speak. Hopefully you've been well. Good. I'm good. I'm glad you missed it. And don't you worry, it'll always be here when you're ready to come back. That's what I want people to feel. Not pressured in being here every time. However, the streak is nice. Alright. Let's check it out, yeah? See, we're on day 208. Ooh, the highlights actually go kind of hard on this model. Not gonna lie. Thank you. There it is! Let's go! Okay, let's look around. Let's introduce y'all to this thing. Hey, first get the spiders. Get over here. Can I catch it? There we go. All right. So this is the cult. Say hello. Hello, Sozo. Who's Sozo? Oh, lamb, you are so kind to Mushroomo. So kind. Sozo will take it from here. Oh, right. He's the guy who went insane. And then we turned him into a follower. Yeah. Be a part of this. My sister's recent addition. Yeah. This is like one of the OG things that we did. This is like August 2024. We went really hard on this. Oh, don't you worry. And we'll be able to add all of y'all to here. So here's Dragon right here. Oh, let's make sure everything's good here. Hey, I think we're good to go. Perfect. So the way this works is whenever we get a new follower, I can put it out to y'all to then you can use the extension to become the new follower and choose a new, like, how you look. Yeah. Remember your short that popped off from this, though? Yeah. Yeah. The one that really went crazy with it. I do remember that. Oh, wait, hold on. Can I, like... Are there more upgrades? Well, first things first. Let's see Woolhaven DLC. Give offering. Oh. Okay. It's snowy. This is why Mama Dodo's all snuggled up. Owlman! The world doth stir life once more, lamb. The lands hath not felt the touch of snow in many a year. 'Tis clear, she calls you. Alas, she is weak, too weak to open thy path to her mountain. Yet thine offerings, lamb, Yinga is waiting. Oh, cool. But what do we unlock? Okay, okay. Woolhaven town, alright. Okay. Look at all these Woolhaven things. Excellent. Yes, yes, Utimer. Honestly, she did. Leader, the cold frost is falling from the sky. Should we be afraid? No. But first things first, we need to cook up some grub. Y'all need to eat. Yeah. Let's do some meat broth. One of y'all are gonna cook. I don't know who, but one of y'all is gonna cook. Kill yourself, right? Probably, but I mean, she doesn't really hunt for food nowadays. Yeah. Second offering of the day. Oh. Is that a star-nosed mole? That's so cute. Oh my god. Hail! Yinga has sent me to work at your service. I am a Goffernon, architect of the gods. I once built cathedrals whose spires kiss the sky. Now little remains of my work, but dust in ruin. Yet from ruin we may rebuild. I shall wait to the south of your cult. Bring me gold bars. I shall expand. Expansion? We're expanding? Ooh. We're expanding to new things. Oh, more space. More space, more space, more space, more space, more space. Yinka's voice, so long frozen, begins to thaw. It is by her will I await gold bar. Okay, we need gold bars. We need gold bars now. I have a lot of gold bars. All the gold bars. Hello, hello. Oh, let's see if we can bring some of y'all in here. Sure, his campaigns to the last Rain World seems we did not beat it, no. But I think we're close. We went to 3 new places. Convert me to your cult. I will follow your teachings faithfully. Are you guys ready? Follower raffle. Are y'all prepared? Steel yourselves. And all right. 3, 2, 1. Go, 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 go. If you're not already in, this is your time. This is your moment. Remembers that you were initiated Citadel? Yes, and then I think we went beyond Citadel. Are you? Oh. We'll have to find you then. Only works on PC? I thought it also worked on phone. Yeah, I think it also works on phone. I don't remember off the top of my head how to make it work. And don't worry, if you can't make it this time, there'll be other opportunities in the future. Like, this is not like a one and done kind of deal where it's like, if you don't make it right now, you're not getting in, right? It's if you need to figure it out, feel free to try to, you know, make your person, figure that out, and then once you're ready to go, we'll try to bring in another person for you. So no pressure. With the check-in. But I will give it a return to the Steam after making the Swarm game mode. Hell yeah. Ooh, Swarm is a good way of putting it. Fortress mode, tap the stream, and under the right there should be an icon for it. Ooh, that's good. Props to Piranha for the advice there. I'm excited to see like the new stuff. Oh, I'm so excited. It might be a long stream today. I've been really looking forward to this. It's unfortunate like the new Arknight stuff also came out today. I'm not usually a gacha gamer, but they added satisfactory elements to it, so I'm like, well, I have to check it out. But so I'm real torn. I am real torn. Tell you what. 40 enemies and villages outside naturally. There's because everything I gave them was very unbalanced. Gotcha. All right. We will wait for the next round. I'll put another raffle next round. No worries if you weren't able to make it this time. All right. So in classic fashion, we're going to randomize the name 3 times and appearance 3 times. 1, 2, 3. All right, Thoron. How are you going to look? 1, 2, 3. Ooh. Okay. I'm streaming tomorrow. Flamecraft. Ooh. Is getting a beta test and should be out tomorrow. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, my guy. Oh, what's the new form? Let's look at the U-Fall. The Rot. Guys, do you see it? There's no fucking way. Do you see that on the bottom left? Is that a Parasaur? Is that a Triceratops? And it's either a dragon or a theropod. Hell yeah, we have dinos. Let's fucking go. We need to sound the alarm. Tell every single dino tuber in the land. Oh, and there's also a straight up dragon. Dragon, we might need to permakill you. Change how you look. Because they have a dragon now. But we have to unlock it first. Or maybe you have to unlock it first? I don't know. I don't know how it goes. I think I need to unlock it first. Okay. So, Thoron, worthy price from a truth form. Truly. You are still stuck in that bottle. Where is the Spino? Right? I guess the closest to the Spino is on the bottom left here. The theropod. But I'm not seeing anything that is strictly Spino. You know what I mean? Just stuff that you can kind of make it work. Alright. This guy is virtuous, loves poop, and is a hedonist. How are you both virtuous and a hedonist? Alright, we're not going to question it. Wait, weren't they blue? I'm confused. It's fine. Alright, you, refine materials. Did I miss anything in like 25 seconds? Nah, you didn't miss nothing. The whole game's like different. And, boop. Wait, hold on. Any upgrades? Guys, there's a Woolhaven upgrade on the top. There's some more upgrades. Let's go! Alright, get buffering. Oh, follower wedding ceremony? Allow 2 followers to be joined together in wedded bliss? That's crazy. Y'all can get married to each other? For what benefits? I know y'all can have kids already, and I'm like, wait a minute. Alright, let's see here. She shares with the ritual of her custom. Apparently she's all about weddings. Good to know. Good to know. It says I'm in, but I'm very much am not. Is that bad? I have no idea. I have no earthly idea. I mean, we see Dragon right there. And I guess Piranha's also in here somewhere. I got to talk to a Revolt Games producer this week. Really? What is this better to talk about the Cult of the Lamb, but in the end we just discussed the interlap between video game and media. That's still really cool though. That's still really, really cool. She shares that the ritual of her custom. 'Tis love that permits mortal creatures to endure unyielding cold. Love kindles warmth. Love sparks light. Winter binds both as love doth, and her love reaches to thee, lamb of her flock. It's your birthday! Happy birthday, Ratty! Hell yeah! Doing anything special? What do you want? What do you want, Melly? We're in the middle of wishing birthdays. Leader, I want to thanks again for rescuing Thoron. In fact, he is so grateful he wishes to marry you. What will you say, Great Lamb? That's asking a lot. Just bought the DLC. Hell yeah, let's go. That's awesome. Well, let's enjoy the DLC then. Yeah? No. I'm sorry, but no, I'm not gonna marry a... Oh, by the way, Bone. Look at this Bone Church. Come on. Look at this. Look at this Bone Church. So good. Alright, let's see here. What kind of rituals are we dealing with here? Okay, but we can have them marry each other. Who should we marry? Ooh. Yeah, guys, let's have you vote. We're voting! Who shall marry each other? Let's go! I'll give you guys about like a minute, and you can decide. Marry, Kiss, Kill can now be played in the Cult of the Lamb. So true. Except it's Marry, Kids, Kill. Because you can have kids in this game. I don't know if you could just kiss. I like you could have kids, but kissing is... Whoa. Careful. Let me know if y'all are having difficulties getting it. Because as far as I'm aware... Oh. That means that there is a non-zero chance, because I heard a little boop. That would be... I bet you it's this one. Hold on. One of my Discords did not have streamer mode on. There you go. There you go. See, it says there's 0 votes, which is why I'm concerned. To make sure that it's still working. Okay, if it says you voted, let's end the vote and see what happens. Yeah, see, it didn't work. Okay, hold on. Okay, so so that's me. That's the configuration. So it should TM be working. I can't wait to get in here. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We'll be able to get... Has anyone been able to, like, enable the totem or follower names or enable, like, all that other kind of stuff? You didn't see the option to vote. Let's try one more time. Actually, you know what? Let's sign out. Let's reconnect to Twitch. Let's do that. Let's see what happens. Something went wrong connecting your Twitch account. Your channel has reached the limit of custom channel points rewards. Ooh. Ooh, okay. That might be it. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You know how we like to max out our stuff that I like to give y'all to mess with? Turns out I might have overdone it. Haha, teehee. Oopsie daisy. Let's do... Honestly. Mark all is complete. Mark all is complete. I'm removing the do workout ones. They're fun, they're great, I love them, but we don't need them as much. You know what I mean? Alright, let's do it again. Connect my game. Authorize. Alright. Boop. Alright, cool. It should be working now. How we doing? And then did I switch to PC just to double check maybe the dino blanket? Yeah. Yeah, 15 streak, dude. You've been on a roll already. I'm glad last night one didn't not count for you. What are you trying to say? Combo? Combo. Okay. I was gonna say. All right. So now. Oh, did it do the ritual? And we just didn't marry anyone? Maybe it did? Maybe it didn't? It's not on cooldown. Alright. Let's do this. Let's do this instead. Let's just do the sermon. Thank you, everybody. This is welcome. This is everyone praise the egg. Alright. Alright, now let's look. Okay. I think it should be better now because I see the Twitch thing above the thing. So now we're gonna try two things. First, let's see if we can get some new people in if y'all haven't been in here yet. Hey. Mushroom, it's a beautiful place. I'll work hard for you. Alright, now 3, 2, 1, start raffle. Now I think it's gonna work for y'all. Oh, Jujutsu Kaisen? Oh, I love Jujutsu Kaisen. But Jujutsu Shenanigans? That one I don't know. Roblox game. Oh, no, I did not. Shenanigans, is that a Roblox game where you have Jujutsu Kaisen powered? Oh! So it's just kind of a Jujutsu Kaisen sandbox kind of deal. Gotcha. Alright, we know it's working now. That's what matters. Okay? It's building based on capabilities are extremely powerful. Ooh. Got you. Alright, we'll wait like 10 more seconds. Excuse me. Interesting. Well, that's kind of cool. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ludo, welcome in. Let's go. All right, Ludo, you are a hedonist, polyamorous, and a jerk. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Join the Dodo Cult. Praise the egg. Go ahead and tend to the farms. Alright, grab all this. What does hedonist mean? You build sin faster, I believe. Mushroom had to leave. Yep, it had to leave. So Sozo knows where the others land. Must be Sozo more. Yes, good. Find Mushurumo in Honora. Didn't we just bring him? Interesting. Oh, it isn't working for you? Let's see here. If it's not working, are you on PC or phone? Yeah, and when you do Dragon, let me know. Hell yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and collect our poop from our body disposal. Ooh. We're just gonna have that on us. That's fine. Oh, wait, who he? Oh, Rar died. All right, come here. Yoink. All right, into the fertilizer pit with you. So we're stuck in another save file. No. All right. Ooh, right. These should be done now. Perfect. Yes, yes. Your follower's dead, but we can resurrect you. That's the thing. We can bring you back, is the thing, Ratty. Alright, so now... Oh. Parapo! Yes, good. This should be suffice. Stand back and bear witness. Get it, bear? 'Cause I'm a mole. Witness as I summon my workers. Ooh, ooh. Look at those star-nosed moles. Look at this area. Complete. You do not steal your heart. There is no shame in weeping. It is the greatest pleasure to build once more. Look at all this. Oh, that's so good. Build? Ooh, look at all the decoration. Oh. Bapo, bada, bada, bo. Oh, can we only build one? I thought we would be able to expand in all directions. Does the tentacle summons have names? Not currently. You're free to give them one though. Okay, cool. Let's see here, but let's donate one more time, and then actually, you know what? Let's have a quick sermon, and then we'll do, not donate, but the thing. All right. So now let's resurrect someone from the dead, as people do. And let's see if it can resurrect some of our people. So this is not available, and Ratty, right? Wait, there's Piranha! Alright, so we have 3 people we need to bring back. Oh no, oh, we have so many people we need to bring back. Oh no. Oh no. We'll do Ratty first, Where is Ratty? Boop, doop. There's so many. Okay, we're gonna do by name. Oh, we have a lot of deaths. What the fuck? There you are. Oh wait, hold on. Which one are you? I think you're the not capital. I think you're lowercase. Do you remember? Okay, first of all, phrasing. Which one of you is getting to be alive? You're welcome. Swift's hair. I'm gonna say you're the lowercase one. Welcome back! Let's go! And apparently our faith went down for bringing people back from the dead, which is crazy work, by the way. Listen, as we had talked about the Dodo Cult, okay? You're not immortal, but I will always bring you back from the dead. Death is only but a brief vacation, alright? Faith down, happiness up, right? If someone was brought from the dead, I would be so... That's so much... That would make me believe, right? Damn. Alright. Now we'll look down. Oh, you're deciding my fate. While you do that... Offer sin. Oh? Warning, once the is activated, this save file will only be playable while Woolhaven is installed. Your base game save will be backed up and available from the main menu. Do you want to proceed? We shall accept this restriction. Oh. DLC! DLC! Last of the lambs, heed the mountain's call. Something, something, I didn't read it fast enough. Ooh. Chills. Heed my call, I've waited for thee. Last of the lambs in the frost and silence. Heed my call, I am the mother of the flock. Stayed in death, I summon you to service. Thank you, Ratty. Appreciate it. Y'all are, it's meals for you. I don't eat. Heed my call, the mountain calls you home. Come home, lost lamb. Come home. Ooh. They did such a good job. They did such a good job. I'm so excited. Cult of the Dodo. Let's go. Oh! An offs ramp. Look at it. Oh. Look at... Well, we could be able to clean this place up. Look. Woolhaven. Yinga, in the shadow of, Yinga, the power of your call, we are here. Yinga, in the mountain peak, you wait for us. Yinga, in the shadow of your mountain, we built our haven. Yinga, the power of our call, we are here. Yinga, the mountain peak, you wait for us. In the shadow of the mountain, we built our haven. The power of your call, we are here. The mountain. You wait for us. Oh, one thing I will say, rats. One thing I will say, they made a live stream where they were waiting to release this game based around when an ice sculpture melts, and it was taking so long, they took a flamethrower to it. And I think that's based as hell. I think that's really cool. First I was like, oh, is it gonna be up while I'm streaming? And then it's just like, no, we don't need to worry about it. They got it. No, seriously. They live streamed an ice sculpture melting and then proceeded to take a flamethrower to it and an ice pick because it was taking too long to melt, which is so funny. No, the devs really, truly do an amazing job. Like, I cannot give them more props for what they do. Even though they're giving Woolhaven to a sport of all created, which is such a cool thing. Exactly. Exactly. When I saw the creator too, I was like, they're a definite huge fan. The dice game awoke my gambling addiction. Yeah, the dice game is so unfair. Your causes when we get all to roam, to herd, to build. Okay, so none of these things I can interact with. Obviously, they want us to go up, right? But I'm just looking. When I get to the left appears. When you talk, reminds me of hit up normally, nothing there. Really? Ooh. Okay. So this is something that we can clear out. I wonder if this is something that we can send our people to help clear out. What's this? Beast of blizzard, rest till storm and hunger calls. Ooh. Cold Mother, we give our thanks for the haven you have gifted us here in the shadow of your mountain. Cold Mother, by your bell we are called, by your crown we are protected. Cold Mother, may you watch over us from the mountain peak. Oh yeah, Lobotomy Corp. We need to go back and play that game again. We played it during one 24-hour stream. Never went back, but I had a blast. I had so much fun. Alright, let's check the left side now. What are you, little guy? Can't do anything with you. Okay. Wait, are those hot chilies? Chili peppers? Let's go! We get to have spicy food? Let's go! Y'all's poops are gonna be red. Yeah! Listen, I am so excited. Let's go. Honestly, we'll probably play this again on Saturday. I'm gonna be real. Limbus Company, you'll like very much. He sings mean, the word ideal. Really? That's really cool. Oh, come on. Mine this away so I can interact with the tablet for lore! Cold Mother, we pray for your return. Cold Mother, we pray for your return. Please, something stay. I unlocked new knowledge. The knowledge of these people be freaks. Understandably. Alright, we go up the mountain. You fall. Oh, we got the gambling one on. Where we get these 4 items and that's it, but we start off with 4. I love this fleece the most. So good. Enemies have a chance to drop a fish. Okay. Curse attack 1.25. Puma Bear falls rapidly. Hell yeah. Deals poison damage to enemies struck. Heal when a relic is equipped. Take damage when a relic is used. Oh, this is new item. New item. Ooh. Oh, let's read it before we go crazy with it. Enter the lands of Long Live the Free Pack. Is that like a free pack of magic cards, or? Oh, yeah, we'll do this one. That's fine. Ooh. Interesting. What happens if we hold it down? Nothing. Isn't there like a heavy attack? Ooh, there is. Oh, ooh, do you see that? You see this nonsense? That's good. That's pretty cool. I wonder if we get invincibility frames for that. Oh, okay. It's gonna take a second to get used to everything. So you're gonna have to. Y'all are gonna have to chill. Relax. Relax. All right, let's look. Wait, does that have a bomb strat to it? Okay, that wolf had a bomb. All right, is it this button? It is. All right, my attacks have poison damage. You fool. Get some. Hey, cutscene. This is the cutscene that got me so excited for the game. Let's go. Now you're gonna see the red tentacle things, I think. Oh, also super excited for the new soundtrack. I'm so excited for the new soundtrack. One of our kind, last of our kind. You have awoken her, awoken winter, but lost, we are lost. Please shepherd us home to the cold mother. The voices are very well done. Call last souls home. Oh, what okay. Is this it? Okay, I mean, like, if that's all that is required of me, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. Awoken the mountain. They're kind of like introducing us. They're like, hey, we don't know how much of a gamer you are yet. Here you go. We got ice. I don't know, ice is a resource, but we got it. Excuse me. Look at that. Oh, you're deciding my fate? It looks like y'all are hungry, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's feed you. Ooh, ooh, hot chili mash. Oh, points. Stopping. Okay, so we'll have that. We'll heat y'all up. Does it require any resources? Ooh, perfect. Thank you very much. Let's get one of y'all. Let's get one of y'all up and about. Ooh, the cooldown's still there. Damn. In that case, should we hold off a little bit so that ascend? No, that kills somebody. We want the opposite. We want to bring y'all back. So we want to hold off on this for now. And then let's go sermon. One of the benefits last time was reset all cooldown. Ooh. I mean, I guess we could do that as well, right? Okay. Well, that does mean, though, that we can now upgrade. We can get new whatevers. So first, let's get a customized fleece. Ooh, look at this. Ooh, look at this. I kinda... That's funny. The naked one. That's kind of the one we were wearing now. Let's do this one. I like that one a lot. Look at these. Let's go. Alright, cool. Cool. Let's see. Let's see if maybe we have it. Do we have a reset cooldown? Do we have a reset cooldown? Because we started double dipping. Royalty and forces, technical force, fight, pit ritual, wedding, sinner's pride, right of life. Okay. Doesn't look it. Okay. We'll wait. That's fine. But let's see our doctrine. That's a deciding faith buff. Rename Colt? We are not gonna rename Colt. No, thank you. I'm not seeing anything new here at the very least. How about our temple? See, look at all that extra of it. Ooh. Worthy of reverence, the icon forged of ichor and gold. That's this. We don't want gold. We're fine with bone. Okay? We're gonna do bone. Oh, there's still. Oh, hell yeah. Alright. So we'll wait a little bit. Oh, wait. Few upgrades. We can't do Woolhaven yet. Alright. Return. Okay, we need to return them. We need to. I fed y'all. Y'all aren't hopefully not dying. Return lost souls. Looks like she's happy. Uh-oh. Guys, it's getting colder. Guys. Hey, that's still a lot of dirt. I don't know if you want to okay. Winter. Winter is coming. Sorry, I just wanted to... I love the way they did the voices in this DLC. I need to know how they did that. For personal reasons. You have heeded my call, last of our kind. You have found your way back to Woolhaven, home of the lambs. I am Yingya. I once brought winter to lions, but I was slain by the bishops and left here to rot. But you have resurrected what little there is left of me, and awoken winter once more. My lamb, I must ask more of you. The lost souls of the lands have been scattered across the mountain. They must be brought home. In return, I gift my wisdom. Upon my mountain, rot burn grows. Bring me some, and knowledge of winter is yours. Cool. Yeah, sure. I'll, Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I can't go left. Ooh, we're climbing the mountain, and it has a frowny face. It's upset. I don't know about y'all, but I am so, so stoked. Ask you, did you ever meet Grantus Love in Lobotomy Corporation? I don't think so. I only played like 4 hours, the first 4 hours of it. There was a dog that gorilla punched me when I didn't give when things went wrong. I remember that. And a grandma that tells you stories until you go insane. So that was also nice. Increased movement speed by 1.25. Black chocolate on hit. I don't plan on getting hit. 30% more damage during the night, and begin each room with a brief moment of invincibility. Not the best. Not the best. Okay, we'll do a sword. And then we'll do the crown. Hello. Let's go. Ah! What do you think about that, huh? Ooh. Oop. I think new flowers? Oh, snowdrops. Yep, that's the resource. Let's go! Oh. Oh, whoa, boy. Oh, boy. What are you? You're like the guys from 40K! Not 40K, but like, the ones that are kind of like the in homemade universe, the Path of the Beast or something. Which honestly, pretty based. There's like a offshoot that these that a person has made that that's kind of like the armies of hell are fighting each other for all eternity. And it's one of them is like a Path of the Beast where they become like twisted forms with wolf mouths coming out of every body, like part of their body. Very interesting, very cool. Ooh. No, not the wolf! Oh! Ow. These guys are kind of tough, not gonna lie. Ooh. 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 Damage all enemies based on how many elderly followers you have. We have 0 elderly. Take that, old people. I would recommend, let's not do, no spoiler. Because there's also people who watch the VOD. You know what I mean? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, can I like... I was gonna say, they might be like based on specials. Okay. Okay. That's a swing and a miss. Oopsies. Take that. But so this is an actual useless one, unfortunately. Okay, new animal form. Oh, y'all could be a little armadillo. That's very cute. Love to see it. All right, what do we? Oh, what do we got here? What's up, Star-Nosed Man? What is this strange material? It seems as stone, yet feels as flesh, growing from the ground like something tumorous. I have not climbed the mountain in many years. And it seems not all that is left, but what else has changed? Don't worry, we got the rot burn, which honestly sounds like a venereal disease more than anything. All right, what's next on our list? Ooh, interesting. F these signs, ha ha ha! I don't know if we have the confidence to beat this. Okay. Okay, so they're the little guys that we have going on in the costume. These creatures, have you seen them before? What has happened to her mountain? Is it her will? This rot. Where does it come from? How far has it spread? Be wary, lamb. I will find out what I can. He's a real one. Give us more of the rot. I guess not. Hey, I didn't mean to rhyme there, but that was not bad. Hello. Haha! Honestly, these wolves are a lot easier than the ones that are on two legs, which honestly makes sense, because wolves on two legs are usually a bad sign. They're so beefy! We need to recharge. Okay. Let's clear this next. No, we'll do a couple of minutes and see if we can finish this area first, and then we'll go to ad break. Oh boy, that was a lot of the wolf that digs is really funny. Ooh, we got a hammer and godly sword. Let's do the hammer. And then we'll recycle this. Because I actually really like the slower weapons. Hello! Uh-oh. What's this? Beast of Blizzard. Rest till storm and hunger calls. Kinda want to kick its ass. Can I kick your butt? Twin? Alright. But I'm gonna at least take your bones. Hello, I'm here for the ritual. Oh, I could pick up one of these. Let's pick up this one. Oh. Okay. I think this one is the mystical. Oh, right. I'm dumb. I see it on the heads now. I see it. Uh-oh. Hey, guys. I think we're rotifying our boys. This seems like a bad thing that we're doing, but you know what? The game's not gonna make us go forward anyway. So here we are. Uh-oh, that seems like an oopsie daisy. Wool of the Rancher. Choose a new follower form. We got deer. We got like a reindeer kind of deal. Hell yeah. Worth it. Worth corrupting the mountain. Let's go. All right. Now's a good time for an ad break. So I will see y'all in 3 minutes. Go to the bathroom, get some water, get some food. We're gonna be here. Yeah, I know that anime. It's a pretty good anime. I like it a lot. I didn't see season 2? Question mark? I watched the first one though. Oh, I'm sitting back down because I'm old. Hee hee ho ho. Alright, looks like there's a lot of ants, but it looks good. Oh, right, I forgot to change the VOD release until 5 today. Oh well. No more ads for you? Yeah! Yeah, you got that Prime sub on lock now. Granted, I don't know how long you're going to have Prime, but I still appreciate the support. I do like that the creators still get the money from Prime, even if it means that the person isn't technically spending the money on the sub. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, they are technically spending money on the Prime, though, so it's nice. I'm glad they're not trying to double dip. You know what I mean? To finish the final season. No, it's a very well done anime. Oh, gosh. Oh, just doing some stretching. Yeah, your boy got 5 hours. I really wanted to finish this animation for today. What can I say? I don't listen. As far as pushing myself, I'll do it for like 1 night, but I won't do it for 2. That's when that's when it gets unhealthy. I got Prime for 3 months, so it mostly depends if I need to use Amazon or Audible in that time. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, definitely utilize it while you have it. Yeah. Just don't forget to, like, stop it before it, like, resets. You know what I mean? I have a type of ad, like the bar kind of ones you see at sketchy sites and stores sometimes. Really? Isn't that the one that you like, or is that the one you are fed? Because those are different. Not on my screen, yeah. And now it's gone. Oh, I'm sorry, my guy. Or, I'm happy for you? Question. I was about to shell out, but I shouldn't for the super corporation. Yeah, no. Literally, I still need to put out that stuff for y'all. But, like, the sub stuff on Twitch, like, it's good way to support me, but it's not the best bang for your buck. It's the direct stuff. It's the direct stuff that is the most bang for your buck. And then you're not paying, you know, a billionaire. So I get you. Said I want to discuss something. I discussed it later. I'm surprised there isn't an Xbox Game Pass equivalent for indie games. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if that's not going to be up eventually. There's a lot more support for indie games than you think it is, though. More than I even believe that there is. Let's see here. Let's do some of this, and then some of this. There you are. Get some cooking done. Boom. Look at all that. Lovely. Caught some birds. Perfect. Y'all have been doing such a good job. Good job, everybody. Oh, let's raise y'all from the dead. Raise from the dead. Raise from the dead. Raise from the dead. Raise from the dead. All hail the King! Today we bring back Piranha Plants. All hail the Dodo Egg! Hell yeah. Alright, let's do a sermon. And then let's see if we can get a new let's see if we can get a new follower. Ooh, wait. Ooh, alright, birdie. Burning curse. What does this do? 3 new curses will appear. Ooh, Woolhaven DLC. We like that. Relics of Freezing. Flail Mastery. Increase the damage dealt with the flail heavy attack. I mean, that's good. That's fine. Increase the starting level of weapons when you begin. Okay, let's see. I want to see if this unlocks more on the way up. Or if that's it. Looks like that's it. That's fine. Alright, let's see if we can get more people in. Or, well, we might... Let's see. There's some... Hold on, there's a cleanliness issue. What's going on? One of y'all pooped in the corner. Where is it? Okay, that bathroom's auto-figuring it out. Okay. Where is... Clear snow. Okay. Oh. Take this, old man! Ugh. It was worth a shot. Let's see. I'm not seeing where... Okay, I guess it is. I guess it's already cleaned up. Interesting. Oh wait, can I start fires? Thought about you when I read this because we talked about Spinosaurs are split into categories: Spinosaurs who look like Spinosaurs and Brachiosaurs who are like baryonyx and no scales. I was thinking like the fires they can warm themselves in. All right, let's have more food. Oh, the food's already on the way, but we'll go ahead and there you go. Perfect. Yeah, I love it. Listen, y'all are always welcome to spit some dinosaur facts up in here. Always welcome. Oop, what do you got for me, old man? Yup. Burry wool of the rancher. You have found one of my disciples, the most devoted of my flock. They were taken and locked away, but we must finish the ritual. My flock gives me power. As they are returned, winter will grow stronger. There will be new challenges to survival. The challenges can be overcome. Build the rot-burn furnace. Return to me, my shepherd. There we are. Ooh, guys, look! Oh. That works. Rot-burn furnace. Let's go! Winter has been awoken. While followers will enjoy the snow, they must be kept fed and warm. During the winter, farm plots will freeze and seeds will not grow. Food must be managed carefully. If the followers are not kept warm, they will become too cold to work and worship. Okay, so first we're going to bury the rancher. Okay. Look at him! Die-chopper-die-star. It's Woolhaven, so you must be the last lamb. I am Barak, one of Yingye's disciples. I see I'm the first disciple to return to her, for I was the last. Our souls are shattered inside our sacred wool. Return them to our graves and free our souls, so we may finish what we started. Killing everyone. And I'm like, what? Oh, hold on. What was that last part? Frost and flurry, my ranch, my poor sweet animals. Youngster, I have to ask, would you do me the favor of rebuilding my ranch? That one little bit of grain, like, being pushed aside, it wants to become a crop circle so badly. First, you'll need to find charred shards from the infall. Once you find them, bring them to me. Uh-huh. Collect charred shards from infall. Okay, cool. Anyway. I'll be back. I'm gonna make sure my people don't freeze to death. Back to work. Nah, y'all are fine. It's nighttime. Where is the build button? Oh, right here. Literally standing on the build plot. Guys, what am I gonna do? Oh, easy peasy. Okay, so what do we... how big of... How big of a range are we looking at here? So if I do this, will be used to keep your cult warm and prevents followers from freezing. Depositing Rep-Burn will power the furnace, but don't let it run out or your cult will soon freeze. Gotcha. Another thing to keep up to date. Baptismal bath, weather vane. Let's do weather vane? Once built, activate the structure to show when winter will begin, how long it will last, and how severe it will be. I mean, that's good and all, but we're not quite there yet. Perform absolutions to warm up freezing followers. Hell yeah. What did this bring? Carpentry station. Ooh. You don't say. Got all that. Let's build it! Come on, let's go real quick! Alright. Well, okay, so that's on. Is that on forever? Do I need to build more? We need more of the little thingamajigs. Cool. Good to know. Okay, so it is just one. So in that case, we're going to edit buildings. We're going to move this to like... where would be a good spot? You know what? It would make sense it's near the living quarters, right? Let's put this here. So it's kind of like in near the living quarters, but it's not. Or should we put it up here? Let's put it up here, near the living quarters and the church. I'm assuming it looks like it keeps everything else here good as well, which is kind of crazy. I guess so. Sup, Ratty? Leader, I hate the fight pit. How could you make me do such a thing? Please don't make me do that again. Opens eyes. Like, don't make me do it again. Kicks snow. Alright, let's see here. Well, let's look at our ritual. That's still on cooldown, so that's fine. However, one of our people are old. You know what that means? You know what that means? Actually, there's a couple people who are old. Alright. Hudimer. Oh, Dragon, you're old! No, my boy! Alright. We'll prioritize Hudimer for now. Unless, Dragon, do you want to ascend? Do you want to ascend? You tell me. You tell me. You tell me. Do you want to ascend into the ethereal plane? Or, first stream about Spinosaurus, it was nice. That was nice. Hell yeah! I'm actually surprised it took you this long. But yeah, no, we could do Hudimer for right now. I'm actually sure. We'll do you next. How about that? We'll do you next. You can ascend. Okay, fine. We'll do you. You consented. Don't worry. We'll remember. Death is only temporary. For it is the cult of the dodo. We'll be back again and again and again. For better or for worse. Alright, and then now, honestly... Sacrifice of the flesh. That means we do believe in sacrifice. Shall we sacrifice the other old person? Kinda feeling that way. Oh, so we ascended you because you're special. You're special to me. However, if we look at this, who's this guy? Actually, if anything, Hudimer is probably one of the kids that one of y'all just couldn't keep your hands to yourself with one of the gods. I'm gonna be real. It's probably one of them. So we'll bring them back later anyway. Alright. To the cult of the Dodo! Oh, no. Alright, what's this? Damnation, relics of freezing. Ooh. Relics of burning. Ooh. Honestly, we'll hold off on the flail mastery for now. The likelihood of hitting it is slim, but I wanna start seeing new stuff. So let's go. Let's do burning curses first. New stuff. Nom. Alright. Now we do a sermon. Praise the egg! And that's all. Thank you. Boop. Got that one. We need... Oh, let's go ahead and put some seeds in the seed thing. Isn't there like a fat put in? Oh yeah, wasn't it like here? Oh. I thought there was like a do all button. Get all these guys up in there. Perfect. But I do not see the do all button. Furnace is empty, refill it. What? Hold on. I'm confused. Oh, there we go. I was wondering, I was like, there's no way that I can keep up with that. I only want to be resurrected when I unlock a dragon costume. That's not uninteresting. I think that's cool as hell. What do you mean? Do not sell yourself short. Alright. What's up? What's up, Yingya? Be attentive to your following, my lamb. If your followers become cold, they can no longer serve you. I have been gone so long. Our holy mountain may not be the haven I remember. Be cautious of predators who dare to call our mountain theirs. Find the lost souls of our kin and bring them home. Bring them home! Bring them home! Let's go! Bring them home! Bring them home! Let's go! Bring them home! Bring them home! Alright, anyway. To the cliffs! To the cliffs! Alright, what we got? Drop an explosive when you roll. Hell yeah. Gain a spirit heart. Enemy bombs spawn at your feet when hit. When hit? Oh, when I'm hit. That's fine. When killing an enemy, 10% chance of healing. That's not bad. Gain an extra heart. Okay. We're kind of tanky. Alright. Ooh, we have a new fire spell. Let's go. If I remember correctly, I really liked the axe. Yeah, the axe was really good. Oh my god. Hi.
My pack howls true. My disgusting little crown bearer treads upon my mountain. You dare try to enslave the free pack? Filthy god. Your kind are not welcome here. You are all the same. You, the bishops, whatever wretched gods come before them. You take and take and take. Still I, the heathen Marcosius, I could pronounce my own name. I am a wolf of reason. Let us conduct our tests to see what kind of god you are. First, are you a boy or a girl?
It becomes like a Pokemon, just like a...
What is your favorite color?
It becomes just like a quiz thing that you just take on a random website.
The choice is yours. You may keep enough food to last 5 days, or enough food for 10, but you will take a heart forever. Vanity of gods, you think you do not need this heart? You will be humbled soon enough.
I don't mind. It's whatever. I just need to get good. Bye. Oh, so it is when they... Well, was I hit? Hard to say. I didn't ask if it was single, though. Sorry, I'll ask them next time. Oops.
Take this. Take this.
Let's go. Ooh, that rock has an eyeball. Neat. Did he just steal all your food? No, he gave me 10 days worth of food. He basically, I could have taken 5 days worth of food or 10 days worth of food, and I sacrifice half a heart forever. I'm assuming forever means forever, not just this round. Again, I don't mind. I just need to not get hit. I thought he was evil. He was testing me. He's basically a faithless person who doesn't believe in gods anymore. So he wants to see what kind of god I am. So I'm of course doing selfless acts because I'm gonna prove him wrong. Oh boy, that's a lot of bombs! That's a lot of bombs! Oh, it's fine. Hello, I'm here for this jet. Ooh, and a small gift. That minus is for the heart. Yeah. Hello! Oh, God! Take this! Hey, can you stop? Thank you. Oh, right, I have the poison axe, which is amazing! I think this is my favorite axe, if I remember correctly. The poison axe is my favorite. Oh, we started with 22 items, too. Hell yeah. Hello, I'm here for the ornaments. Well, they look like ornaments. Oh. Lamb, be cautious. A wolf calling himself the heathen Marcosius has claimed the mountain as a Yinga's absence. Thanks, I mean, we just left. I'm outside of his office as we speak. He discovered a way to pry followers away from the bishops and begin his free pack. Wait. He has followers? Isn't he part of the free pack? He has power without crown. These charged shards fuel his experiments. They could be of use to you if you break them. Break them all. Science is horrible. Is bad. Oh, what's this? Oh, no, I thought, honestly, guys, I wonder if you see what I see. If you, I don't think you can zoom in. But it looked like this was like a little rock, in that those wires were like a little guy with like holding a little red like wire. Like, do you see it? Like, that's what he looked like. It was just a little guy right there, and I'm like, what is he doing here? But it's the leftover things for breaking.
Fuck your experiments. Take this, and this, and this.
Alright. Hello. Ha-ha! And ha! Oh. You blend into their surroundings. It's like you, like, live here or something. Crazy. Alright. Not bomb, wolf! Alright. Come here, dig wolf. Alright, what do we got here? Honestly, I don't want any of these, so goodbye. Oh, Fishman! Oh, let me read this guy's stuff. There you go. Best voice acting yet, if I don't say so myself. Was those just hacks of meat? Oh, I need a... Boop. Take this, and that. A new animal form is follows. Ooh, cat! How have we not gotten a cat before now? Wait, does this hurt me? There was fire for a moment. Looked like they're the work of Carmen, the Project Moon one. I don't know what that is. To what place we have come? To what place we have come? The wind cuts as a blade, the ground seems to rust. But I do not claim sides, I feed the forge, and I smelt the ore. These weapons are tools for tasks I concern myself with. Complicated here, but are y'all into tea? I haven't had tea that I've liked yet, but we've talked about tea before. I haven't tried Dragon's tea yet. I know Dragon recommended some tea a while back. I need to. Let's do Death's Attendant. We're not really using it. Carmen is the reason the store is related to Project Moon. Good to know. Oh, what is this? Aren't you the thing, like the guy of freedom? Why do you have a caged man? That seems a little opposite, you know what I mean? You prove my theory. Oh, you prove my. What was the voice I gave? You prove my theory correct. The disease of faith burrows deep beneath you, compelling you to conquer. My pack follows freely. There it is. They come to me, choked by the leash of their master, and I grant them liberation. Marcosis, before you saved me from the worm, my mind was caged and cowering. You've liberated me, shown me that such a cruel world must be made by even crueler gods. I will not lose our mountain to such barbaric being. Leave this cur to me. I will end them. Face this beast, lamb. I kept her starving. Strike down, if you will. Cruelty is in your nature. I know, the dog wants pets. No, down boy, down boy. Down boy. Come on. Ooh, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Right. Come on, no, dog, don't bite my butt. Ooh, ooh. Look at the wolf follower! Oh my god! Look, he's so cute! Oh, it's okay, little guy. Oh, blueprint, 100% blueprint. Oh, we got tree. Maybe we should have done big gift. Alright, what do we got? Big chest. We got Faithless Altar. Love to see it. We ain't using those science points for anything. Ooh, fire pit. Even more things unlocked. I love it. I love it. All right. Hello, I'm here for the souls. Return to the cult. It's becoming really rotting in here. Plus, I need to refit. I need to refill the fire. There we are. It didn't even die. Barely even got hit. Actually, I don't even think I got hit. See, we didn't need that 1.5 heart. Let's go. All right. Our boy. I'm tempted to keep this one ours for right now because he seems to be like a special. Well, not, you know what? No, it's fine. Get out here! Get out here! Get out here! Let's go! Hey, but this is a cute one. And it's just the parts that were locked away. St. Petersburg by Cosme Tea is my go-to right now. Drinking it 2 times each day. I'm not just thinking about it. Really? That good, huh? That's kind of crazy. What's so good about it? Or what's the closest thing that, like, what does it taste like? I'll give 15 more seconds, and if nobody joins, then we just moving on. We're just leaving the boy as he is. But yeah, no, I'm really enjoying this so far. I'm loving everything. Love to see it, and I'm liking to see how the story is progressing the way it is. So it's kind of like this thing where it's rot, like there seems to be this rot taking place that even the god themselves are not really aware of, or that is the god, right? Pretending to be the god of, like wolf in sheep's clothing. Oh, the wolves, the god of lambs. It is a wolf in sheep's clothing, isn't it? Well, all right. We are. This Abbas is gullible and an animal lover. You know what? Base as hell. Welcome in, Abbas. Go ahead and tend to the farms. Oh, we don't have any more of that. Okay, that's great. Oh, that's good. Your follower Abbas looks like Dream Current Big. It will be bad wolf merge, slightly better looking creature. Maybe. Alright, so that's been collected. Looks like they cleared everything else here. So down here, looks like we can put. So I kind of want this. Maybe what I might do is make this area down here is kind of like a residential area, because that's pretty cool. Let's get some of those going. Get some of these going. Hell yeah. We got some bodies. And then I don't know where I got golden poop. One of y'all be pooping, ate some gold or something. I don't know. Let's see. I think we can raise someone back from the dead now. Perfect. Berry and caramel flavored black tea. Honestly, that sounds pretty fucking cool. There's dragon. Oh yeah, let's get hold on. Let's see if there's anyone else before dragon. Dragon was alive. Because I think this is not available. Is you? Is obviously is you? Was This is not available anymore. There you are. Boop. I was gonna say stream, at least on my end, shouldn't be lagging. There you are! I'm glad it's significantly less. I really am. Because, yeah, it was really bad. And if I want to do stuff for it, like more stuff with it, then, you know, I need that to be a lot more reasonable. So, I am glad. Let's go! Thank y'all for the support. Goodbye. Go away. Okie dokie. Let's do a weather vane. Let's see here. So 5 seconds as opposed to the 35 seconds it was before. Also helped that I got a new internet provider. Honestly, the 30, I thought it was around like 20 seconds. So the fact that you said it was 5 really does show that OBS 20-second thing made sense. Not made sense, but like that was the issue. All right, so we have weather vane. We'll have our weather vane be right here. And then we'll have our baptismal bath. We'll have the bath near... Oh, there was mines over there. Should we build the mines again? Let's have the bathhouse be by the recreation area. There you go. Everyone immediately goes just like, we're building that hot tub. It's like, dude, that's where we're going. Get some cauliflower up and going too. I'll help y'all build. See, look at me, I'm a leader. I also participate. I hate the kind of people that like don't. Ooh, okay, so how are we? Okay, so got you. So if people get too cold, we can baptize them, or we can warm them up in the bathtub, which is really funny that like no one's allowed in the bathtub unless I say so. The hot tub is for specific situations. All right, y'all got it. Oh, what's up? What's up with the one who waits?
Lamb, mortal life is so fragile, so fleeting. So long as I stand the gates between this life and the next, trapped in the nexus of what was and what wasn't, the lands of the siblings, what do they look like now? The sights of their demise. Lamb, I wish to see this world and what has become of it. Send the one who waits on a mission. Okay. All right.
In that case, one who waits. Go ahead. You literally can't die. So get us some rot burn. Honestly, all of you need to go get rot burn. Every single one of you need to get rot burn. Go. Please. Right. Let's do... Alright, Lily. Go ahead and get some charge shard as well. Alright, we need to go. I know y'all are freezing. I'm sorry. I don't have any rot. I'm sorry. Marchiosis. Xeus. I can't say his name either. The wolf dares to call our mountain his? He and his pack must be cold. He must repent. Yes. They must all repent for what they have done. We must make them pay. Deep within the mountain, great power lies, waiting for you to claim it. I will open the path inside the mountain. Do not fear what you find down there. Go forth and claim your power. Yeah, absolutely. Oh. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Can we say I really like the foreground moving but the background not, so it gives it's like a 2.5D feel. I like it. Oh my god. Hey, there's a boy down there on the bottom left. Let's go. But what the fuck am I looking at? Dragon Eye pointing out to the same. Oh. Increased movement speed, extra heart, immune to poison, and curse consume. Okay, so we're cursing a lot. Got it. It was a goat for me. Yeah. So the source of rot growing on the mountain. It pushes upward and outward, spreading decay. I don't know why I gave into this point. These caves always run deep beneath the mountain, but now they have been overcome by the rot. How could this happen? Is this her will? I was gonna say, where's my stuff? Dagger. Honestly, let's resummon. I'll take it. I'll take that over that. Godly Stride. Teleport to a safe location within the room. Alright. Have a good birthday, Ludo. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Feel free to tell me all about it next time. Oh, not birthday, sorry. No, I thought you were ready. I thought you were ready, Ludo. My bad, my bad, my bad. I know it's not your birthday. But thank you for stopping by. It was wonderful having you regardless. Can you tell I only had 5 hours to sleep? My god. Yeah, go make that tea. Gosh. Imagine confusing your community members with each other. Can't be me. God, what is this? What is this dead space? What are you? Why are you flying? Who are you? Come here, come here. Ooh, we got some rot burn. Thank God. We need it. We need it bad. Who is this fashion diva? Oh, what a sweet thing. What brings you here? I'm searching for you for a purpose, like I am. Yes, I'm after a calling. A reason be something to fill my soul and lift my wings. A light to chase. What is that, I wonder? I don't know. But I hope I find it here. Hope the same for you. Okay, have fun? Question mark. I'm hoping to find more rot. Right. Oop. That's a bomb. Uh-oh, a bone wall. Bone wall. Ow. Bone wall. It's a wall, but it's made of bone. Ooh, what was that? What are you? Forget-me-nots. Ooh, okay, that's kind of good. Yeah, I'm a fan of the almost words as well. Not really Simlish. It's kind of like an advanced form of banjo, like banjo blabber, like that kind of deal. Oh boy, someone's in trouble over there. Come here, come here, you big. He's like, oh please, what? Oh. I would recommend looking up the voices. I mean, it's one of those games that is highly recommended for me to play, but it's one of those games that is recommended for me not to stream. But I'm probably, if I play it, I think I will stream it. There's been enough of y'all been asking for it, especially Hollow. Hollow, the Hollow Knight freak. Yeah, the one who waits, we send him on a mission and he's here, stuck in flesh. Praise be, Lamb, that was amazing. No, praise be, Lamb, that was amazing. You went slash, and they went ugh. I can't wait to tell the others what I saw. I'm the lucky mercenary ever. Hey, are you okay? Why is he acting like this? That's really funny. That's not... They gave voice lines to the one who waits because we sent him on a missionary thing. This is just a random missionary person you can meet out in the wild that they give these voice lines. But this is the one who waits. They gave him voice lines that wasn't specifically for the one who waits. So he's acting like a regular follower. That's so funny. That's really funny. Oh my god. We brainwashed him. Let's go. Let's effing go, man. Alright, I'm not getting anything else from any of these, so I'm not going to clear them anymore. Alright. Oh my god. Yeah, if all the people who wanted to sit for him saw what we just went through, they would have a heart attack. Ow. Oh, these are giving me frog vibes. Where it's like you have to get real close in order to hit them. But they have contact damage. Oop. Vulture, let's go. That's actually kind of cute. I like that one. The closest thing is we're going to get to a dodo, I guess. Oh, rock? Rock with face? Ah, yes, the Tree of Pain. Of course. Cursed yew bark? Dare I ask? However, the idea of a cursed tree bark is pretty cool. Steel devotion. And then I'm gonna just smack you a bunch. Hello, I'm here for my interview. Oh, wait, what's this? We are here for your interview. Tell us, why would you want to work for our site compared to everyone else, even though you applied to 87 positions in the last week? Oh, what did I get? Oh, a big gift. Okay. It did not show. Come here. Nope. Ow. Those flying guys are pretty easy for the most part. Oh, I should probably be using this more often. Or, not that. Oh. You know what? We're sticking with ours. We should just use it more. Why do you want to work for Woolhaven, not work like in the forecourt? Exactly. It's like, because I need money! What do you mean, why? I want to live! Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and do that. Oh boy, that's a lot. What are you? What in the poppy playtime am I looking at? Ow. Stop leaving fire creep. Oh, I kind of like the ball of just like googly eyes and arms. It's kind of really funny to me. They're just like, hi, what's up? They don't even look like they're in pain. They're like, hey, what's up? Ooh, that's a tryptophobia warning. Just a heads up. Pain, hurt, oh, hurt, oh, suffer, we suffer, everything, pain, everything. Will pain, Inga, suffer, hurt, you. Let's see here. Oh, right. This is... we have this discounted. So let's go ahead and... Boop, 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 boop. And then... Boop, 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 boop. And then... Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. We're not going to talk about how low health I was. Hey, get out of here. Hey, I know we're all made of meat technically, but that kind of takes it to a whole new level. Follower form or sin? Follower form. Every time. Oh. I mean, adorable. Nothing like a naked mole rat. Yeah. Yeah, really. Really. Fluffy jumper. Hell yeah. And then tentacle. Hey, that's the one of the things that Mama Dodo summons. Look at that. There you go. Now it's canon. They're like, what? Canon. Hello, I'm here for your boys. Alright. Let's go back to the cult. Lamb, I'm glad to have found you. The mountain is unstable. The paths have disappeared like a mouth closing. But I managed to take a new path through. I will show you the way. Okay. I will keep searching for new paths, for Inga needs you. And we did get smacked, so no additional stuff for me. Uh-oh. This is our power, the heart of the mountain. My heart carved from my chest and buried deep underground. My flock keeps it beating. You must return them all to me. Only then will great power be unleashed. Continue on, shepherd. When the flock is together once more, this power will be yours. But not for long. Oh, 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 oh. Hello, I'm here. Y'all aren't frozen to death yet, are you? Alright. There we go. I did it, leader. I've retrieved that what you were going after to in the missionary. I found 21 while I was on my mission. I'm giving him that voice now. Ever since he did that thing. My thanks, Lamb. And then switch back here. Maybe I should put the furnace somewhere else. Because it is blocking it. Leader, I was badly injured during the missionary. I could die in peace. You had a 90% chance of success. What the frick are you talking about? Okay, well, prepare for burial. Oh, Mary. Everyone's afraid of death, apparently, which is crazy, because all of y'all are going to be brought back to life every time. Alright, let's see here. Let's move this to like here. What is this? Oh. The weather vane can be used to consult the heavens and learn the changes of the weather. It will tell you when the seasons will change, how long they will last, and giving you time to repair. It's not cold yet? Good to know. So I shouldn't have fed it. I shouldn't have fed it now. Gotcha. Good to know. Oop, nope. Let's see here. More cauliflower. Perfect. Are you stealing my rock? Huh? Yes, I'm gonna say spider. You wanna go? Me talking to the spider in the corner of my room. Alright. Food is ready to go. Let's go ahead and pick up our boys. Drop them off. Hello! There we go. Oh. Then you have been blessed, dragon. More lost souls return to my heart. The winter strengthens. It may freeze your followers to the bone. In winter you will fend the dark away with the great blaze, to warm the flock and remind them of the light awaiting. Perform this ritual. Keep our customs burning bright. Dance around the flame to increase cult's faith. Locks cult's warmth at full for 1 day. Hell yeah. That's actually really good, because then, like, winter's gotten stronger. If the cold warmth drops too low, followers may freeze. Make sure to fuel the raw furnace to prevent followers to become frozen. Hell yeah. Hello. Do I have enough for you? Excellent. We just need one more thing. Ah, it seems you already found the cursed U-bark. Oh. Hell yeah. Now that you have charged shards of cursed U-bark, you must be combined together to make charged cursed U-bark. Consecrate them at the refinery to make pure U-bark, and I shall teach you to ranch. Oh, okay. Well, I could do that. Yeah, that's easy. Winter is over. Winter has ended. Your followers will no longer freeze, and crops will grow, but winter will always return. Use this time to prepare yourself for the cold. Stock up on food, rot burn, and anything else you need. Hell yeah. Can I, like, stop this? Oh, it's already stopped immediately. Perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah, the one ways is just like, I've been out and about for so long. Oh, wait, our boy. Oh my god. What? Where is dark? Falling apart. Want to be dark. Want to rot. Found this. Not mine. Yours. The fell blade. The blade fell and it did not die. It comes for me. It seeks to spill my blood as revenge for blood spilt. Thus, a lot of blood for the blood god. Gods, if there are any left to hear me, I beg it doesn't not find me here. Alright, Poyol. You are rotten. It does not starve, or freeze, or descent, or become ill. It will die in 9 days. You don't say. Harder to level up, but it's polyamorous. It's open. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Oh. Is that his intestines? You'll cook our meals. I can't think of a better chef. Rotten followers may be ugly, but they offer unique advantages to your cult. Rotten followers have lost their souls, so it will not starve, freeze, ill, or old age. However, they will eventually rot away. Additionally, rotten followers will pray to the rotten shrine to unlock special rewards. What? Special rewards? Why in the world would I want to... Oh, I do want this. Rotten cards? Bruh, this DLC is slaps. Sacrifice a rotten follower when resurrecting yourself to return with full health? That's really good. That's really good. Look at all this Woolhaven stuff. Yeah, bruh. Is there any of these that I have? Okay, so there's a couple of these that I haven't unlocked still. Somewhere. Ugh. That is hilarious. Alright. Well, let's see if it does a good job praying to me. Oh, hold on. There's two people who are sick. Alright. Patremer and 3099 Alcur W. Who? We might sacrifice this person. I don't think this person is in this. I think that's a person who's gonna steal from us. But Dreamer makes sense. 3099. That's. I don't remember you. All right, hold on. Where are you? 3099 Patremer. Oh, here you are. Use fear to make them work harder. Oh! You're from Twitch! Oh! Welcome in! Let's heal you up then. It's fine. If they steal some money, it's whatever. I want people to talk if they are not, you know, wanting to. Oh no, to the thing I was making earlier? Hell yeah. I've never heard of you on the VODs or chat ever. Listen, we have lurkers, which is fine. More than fine, even. The mysterious lurker. We celebrate lurkers up in here. We celebrate lurkers up in here. Alright? We love people who like doing stuff. Carpentry station. Let's go. Assign a follower to be a carpenter and repair damaged structures. That's pretty good. That's nice. Alright, so... Oh, where's the one who waits? Where are you? Hey, dude. Go to sleep. Oh, I can't put you to sleep, can I? Sleep. Me, when I demand my community to have good, sleep schedules. And then I don't sleep well. Alright, ritual. Hold on, what was this? Bonfire ritual, but we don't need bonfire ritual right now. And then did we get another one where we could sacrifice? Oh no, that was the card. That was the card. Practice what you preach. I try, okay? Last night was a fluke because I wanted to get this done for today, but it was a fluke. Let's go. Give me all of it. Alright, teleport curses, done. Let's get relics of freezing. So new relics that we could choose from. Yeah, look at all of it. Immune to projectiles for 10 seconds. Deal 2 times damage per follower that was frozen to death. That's crazy. Spawn spikes of ice that damage freeze enemies. Cool. Just leftover too, like. Okay, the guy was in here. He did it. Get that. Perfect. Let's go ahead and do the consecration. Oh, we can make rot burn. Good to know. And we can make rot burn by getting more rocks. Wait, what? Different rocks? Calcified rot from the belly of the earth. Got you. Okay. Okay. That's all we have of that. Good to know. Hey, what's up? What's up, Hackett? Psst. Leader, rumor has it that Ratty is a spy sent by an enemy cult. Oh, Ratty! You're a spy? Why didn't you tell me? We should go speak to them and see what they have to say for themselves. Alright, let's look. Ratty, come here. Ratty, are you a spy? On your birthday, Ratty? Hello, leader. What a beautiful day in paradise. I might say you look extra glorious today. Yeah, they're fine. Alright, Hackett, what do you think about that? Well, obviously they're hiding something. You must believe me, leader. I'm not. I don't. Ratty's a real one. Anyone who has helped me make pumpkin is worth trusting. Alright, get sure all this. Oop, nope, get out of nope, yep. And then now let's get a couple more seeds. More seeds. More seeds. Alright. You are almost done, Thorin, so I'm just gonna go ahead and take... First I'm gonna take this. Now I'm gonna... Whoop. Let's go rebuild that ranch. Oh wait, let's put some food up. Because y'all be hungry still, which is kind of crazy. And then boop, and then we're gonna do ahead and do more cauliflower. Perfect. Nothing like cauliflower soup to fill your bellies, am I right? Haha. Oh right. Perfect. While we talk to Helob, let's do a quick ad break. I'll see y'all in a moment. And I'm back, and welcome back. I need to learn to code. So much progress is done in my Tales of Adventure and Anxiety, but I still can't code to save my life. You'll get there. I believe in you. Yeah, like there's a couple of programs and stuff that can help you learn how to do it really quickly. The one I've been seeing a lot of ads for is boot.dev. That might be a good start. Or honestly, what I recommend, just start making it and just figure it out on the way. That way, at least you're making it. No good for eating, no, but good for buying. Yes. Sure, 100% off? Sure, why not? Welcome into the flock, meatbag. We're gonna build a ranch. We're gonna build a ranch. You've done it, youngster. My God, I can't believe it. Oh. Can't tell you how much I appreciate that. That place was mine, my father's before, and his father's before then. But I didn't have a son. It's like, oh, damn. You'll have to carry the rancher's name. I'll teach you all you need to know. Let's go! We're learning ranching! Let's fucking go! Can we raise and keep animals in your cult works together with a ranch fence? It requires eight empty tiles. Yeah! Twitch votes are stuck. Okay. First, take the ranch animal on our house. Winter could be harsh on the crops. Ranching will keep you fed and warm. Next, though, you'll have to ask for some wool in return since you can't grow anymore. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. Let's see here. I can't hit start, so I need to get this first. Okay. The rest is Woolhaven will only trade in wool. Get wool by shearing ranch animals. Use it to buy new ranch animals, tarot cards, fleeces, and more. Perfect. Love to see it. Love to see it. Okay, now seriously though. Okay. Let's go ahead and just do a cheeky little reconnection. And you should be good to go now. Hopefully. It's a little bug. It's a new DLC. They have bugs to fix. Everyone, calm down! Alright, let's see here. Let's go ahead and... Where's our... Oh, here it is. Alright, we'll have our ranch... Ooh, we can have our ranch be down here. Ooh. Why are you highlighted? We can have our ranch down here. Okay. Let's build it! Come on, everyone in! Yeah! Poyle, what are you doing? Get your ass over here! You're gonna die in 5 days. You're gonna... Wait, you don't even eat food. Well, I own the land. Poyle! Builds. Ranch fence. Uh-huh. Oh. Boom, 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 boom. There you go. Who pooped down here? There you go. View. We haven't raised an animal yet. Yeah! Welcome in, Melon! Alright. Okay, so we now have the ability to ranch animals, but we need to, like... Oh, here we go. Look at him! He's so cute! Baby Yakish! Aw, it's so cute! Heck yeah. Alright, well, what do we feed my Yakish? Feed. Oh. We can feed them follower meat. What's the favorite part of the DLC so far? That's a good question. I like the story. I like the story so far. We're not too deep into it, but like you have this lamb god that suddenly wants to talk to you, and then there are like a bunch of wolves that you're having to fight off, so it's giving wolves in sheep's clothing kind of vibe. And like this rot is starting to infect, and you don't know if it's the god's intent or if it's something that took over the god while the god was asleep. So it's kind of like this interesting narrative background thing happening. Also the soundtrack slaps. Okay, so we can feed it grass, that pumpkin, beetroot, cauliflower, but just follower meat to 100% chance to become feral is so funny. We just have a bunch of yaks that like eat our followers. It's so funny. Let's give it a pumpkin. Maybe they'll grow. Maybe they'll grow up. Wait a day for yakkers to grow. Shear you yakkish. Hell yeah. What's up, my guy? Once I shaped stone to my will. Bring me gold bars and let us see if the earth bends to my touch. Oh, we need one more gold. Let's go. Name it pumpkin. I don't know. We already have a pumpkin. No one can replace our pumpkin. But I probably will also name a pumpkin if I can, because that's cute. All right, let's see here. What do we got? Summer decorations. Sure. Oh, some of them give faith when admired. We'll still call it pumpkin. What's up, my guy? My meat bag. Dark, want decay. So against sacrifice, you're not gonna be here long enough. I have a feeling I'm gonna sacrifice you. Sacrifice the one that doesn't like sacrifice. It's like, well, less likely to become befuddled from drinks. You don't even drink. You don't even eat. You're just a meat bag of rot and flesh. Go tend the farms. Go touch all our food. Uh-oh, Night Wolf. Oh, please don't tell me you're also gonna die. I've returned safe for the missionary. I brought an offering. Thank you. Now, go get some sleep. Go to sleep. My friends, when it's like 3 a.m. Go to sleep. Let's keep on getting some gold bars coming in. All right, let's see here. How's our stone situation? This one still solid. We have thousands. Which is why we don't have them like mining, because it's like we have so much. Why would we have them work? Oh, what's up, Hecate? Are you gonna accuse Ratty for being a spy, even though we continues to masquerade as a faithful? Something needs to be done. You need to imprison them. No. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Actually. Oh, we need 3. Oh. Oh, right. Sozo, like, works through the night because he's high as hell. Let's receive this. Perform bonfire ritual 2. Okay, so that one we need to wait till winter, because, yeah. Oh, what? I kind of want to go out again, but at the same time... Are they still making... They're still making stuff. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's just go out. We'll shear our boy later. I'm an impatient man. What can I say? Okay, can I, like, go back? It's not winter, so we're not needing the rot yet. We'll go to the rot once winter comes. And then we're gonna be like, okay, we need to start shoveling these things in. Is that a Venomax? Well, slap me and call me Sally. Movement speed, 1.25. Gain a spirit heart. Bombs when spawn. When hit, a random enemy will be struck by lightning. Move 2 rules forward in adventure map. Cool. I don't know if the move forward thing is gonna work. Teleport to a safe location, spreading black echre your departure and arrival point. Sweet. I think it also comes with a charge. Oh, hello there. Are you an enemy? Yeah, you are. Oh god. All right, Shadow Jutsu. What the hell was that? All right. Hello. And Someone get this dog statue! Someone get this dog statue! Alright, up. Hello! Ah! You shoot lightning? Since when? That's not a wolf thing! Wow! You know what? Haha! Hello, meat hammer. And boop, boop. Oh. Ooh, that's a lot of, I was gonna say, that's a big slam. Good thing I wasn't anywhere near it. Oh. And we get science! Okay, got you. So this side of things are science, the other side of the suit is rod. So if we want more science, then we want to be on this side of the mountain. I didn't realize, oh! I didn't realize nothing. Nothing. You don't you don't get to know now. Can you not? Oh right, lightning, because they're wolves, because they're scientists, because they're heathens, because they don't believe in religion. I'm starting to put it in, put two and two together. My brain is wrinkling. Let's go. Oh boy. Oh, we can move two forward. That's funny. Okay. So we can get a follower. We should probably try to get a follower. We did get rid of some old people. We did do that. And by get rid of, we mean kill. And haha, you're poisoned. Get poisoned, idiot. Haha. And then more of these guys, more scientists, quote-unquote wolves, quote-unquote. I don't know. The path of the beast. And you. Oh, little deer guy, don't worry, I got you. Man, that would be a terrifying place to tie up someone. Don't worry, your boy got you. Follower indoctrination. By the way, Melon, you're dead. Do you want to be resurrected? I was probably by old age. And I say probably because who's to say? So warm. This pool. So warm. Hearts come out. Can I, like, talk to you? You seem like a chill person. Brother, are you on the other side? I know you are. It's the other one. They look into the pools for each other, knowing that one day they'll find each other. I know the person that you're looking for. Let me talk to you. Come on. Brother, I want to talk to you. Oh yeah, Mr. Owl. Destroy all active tarot cards. Each destroyed card will give you half a blue heart. Okay, so it's a panic button. I'm gonna die. Let's hit the button to not die. Got it. Easy peasy. Sup, wolf? Take this. Ooh, wolf lore? Or not? Just wolf statue. Okay. I thought it looked readable. It looked readable. Ooh, the snail with skulls for shells. That's a look. I'm a fan. Wolf Mom! Hey, don't get mad at me just because I took your armor off, okay? It's like, my mom made this! Sure, flaming shot. Oop, yep, that's fine. The scale or snoll? I like snoll more than scale. Aha! He's like, I'm just vibing here. What do we got? Use a random blessed relic. I gotta take that. I have to. Oh, hello. Oh, I like that. He looks like, I don't know if that is an experiment.
What? What is this rot spreading across my mountain? Is this your doing, foul god? You spread this burning rot to drive us away from our home? You will not win. I will stop you. I will be your greatest test, and you will fail. Feed the fire or the flock. Give me all the rot burn you hoard, or all the food which feeds your followers. Fine, here's a rot burn. It's not winter, my guy. I don't care. Gods don't freeze. Only the faithful do. I'll just get more rot burn. It ain't that crazy. It ain't that deep, my guy. Calm down. This looks like a boss. So let's go back and look at the other room we didn't go into because I'm a completionist and don't know when to stop. Hello. Ooh. Oh, I could become invisible for 3 seconds after becoming safe. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. And then. Still forgot to ask for his marital status. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I was too busy being distracted by him judging me for my spiritual worth. My apologies. My apologies. Oh, hello. Interact. Oh. Oh. I think I get it. Boop. And boop. And by giving him the flesh hat, we get another follower? Oh, no, we get 2 souls. Okay. Wool of the Stargazer. Lovely. And Wool of the Scholar. And then, big gift, I guess. Hell yeah. Cool. Oh. Return to the cult. Back to the cult. Hey guys, guess what? They're like, what? Later. All of our winter supplies disappeared, and I'm like, yeah. Yeah, sorry, that was me. I made a bad deal, you know. There was this guy, I forgot to ask if he was single, and they're like, what are you talking about? Y'all are deciding my fate. Alright, what's down here? Shear. Yep. Bring wool to Barak and Woolhaven. Okay. Oh, can I like feed you again? Perfect. Let's get more pumpkin. There you go. Oh, I can also shear you a second time. Let's go! Alright, let's get some food, let's get some prayers, and then we'll continue on. Oh, y'all are just still cooking up. Gotcha. Alright, in that case, go ahead and take these. Ritual. Well, it says that we need to still do it anyway, so let's get Melon back. Let's get our girl Melon. We have to do this in alphabetical, and anyone who is just like, oh, you know, you don't have a lot of dead guys. Let me get down to M real quick. Melon the Melon, there you are. Age 49. Those are rookie numbers. We need to get you up there. Welcome back, Melon. And now... bonfire ritual. Yeah, let's do that. Even though it doesn't really do anything right now, we have a mission for it. Bonfire, bonfire, bonfire. Nice and warm.
This is all for all the peeps for the East Coast who are about to get hit by a wicked snowstorm. Yeah, let's do a sermon. Listen, you just need to brush the death off and everything is fine. And then thank you for the faith, appreciate it. Whoa! Even more! And yeah, okay, cool. Get out. I wonder if I can go ahead and can I like all this is added to the queue, but there's no one doing it. So I'm gonna need y'all to like get on that. That would be great. You know what? Calamar, make some food. Work as why can't no tasks available to cook meals? What? What do you mean there's nothing? Where? Did the game? Oh, I wonder if the game is let's do this. Let's do this. Maybe this will help. Did that help? Okay, that's still there. Alright, let's remove all these from queue. Then we're gonna dismantle and rebuild. I think it's another bug, yeah. Remove kitchen. And then now, we are going to make a kitchen. In the same spot. They're like, we're so hungry. And I'm like, yeah. Because y'all stopped wanting to eat. I don't know what to tell you. There we go. And then now, I'm going to do one of you, a bunch of you, and then one of you. A couple of these. There we go. All right, Ratty, you're eating up. Good, good, good. Let's bring our boy in here. Oh, we need to sacrifice Nightwolf. Time to bring no person. Oh. I have an idea. So we need to sacrifice Nightwolf because he's old, and we eat the old here because we'll resurrect you nice and young afterwards. So we might have a bit of a feast, and by that I mean a gluttony of cannibals. Oh, we lose a crap ton of faith though. Oh, can we then raise our faith again? Distribute money to all your followers to increase their loyalty will also gain 10 faith. We could just do a feast. We'll do... In that case, what we'll do... We are going to sacrifice our boy. Wait, how many boys do we got? Like, we have Nightwolf? I thought I saw more white. I guess not. Harar, they're at 3 days old, so they're halfway through their lifespan. Wait for 2 to get old, then cannibalize the first and eat the other. That's funny. What we're gonna do is that we're gonna sacrifice this guy and then have a feast and celebration. Oh, welcome. Enjoy yourself in the arms of the unknowable. I mean, I would also have my faith increased if I saw that happening. Oh, I'm like, oh shit. Well, I don't know what to do now. More of the things. Obtaining eyes that burn enemies on contact, burn all active enemies, and rain down a flurry of fireballs. That's hilarious. Let's go! And then to celebrate such an occasion, We'll have a beautiful, wonderful feast. Let's go. Let us eat! Right? Grandma's having a great time. Alright. Everyone go. What? Oh, there, I was gonna say, where's my food? Drake. Where's my food? Oh, sweet. I don't even have a thing to use this on yet, so we wait. Let's bring the deer in. Convert me to your cult. I will follow your teachings faithfully. Alright, honestly, you're cute and adorable on your own. We're gonna keep you as you are. Zealous, ignores dissenters. Generous devotion, 20% faster will wear a unique outfit. Alright, we need... Get this guy some outfits! Not very affectionate towards other followers. Oh, got you. They're celibate, aka, you know... Especially with a name like Punana, you think that they would be very celibate, you know, but I'm not here to judge. Tend to farms. First things first. Let's get our boy Punana some robes here. Nightshirt. Perfect for lurking? Let's give them some modest robes. Actually, what do we have a lot of? We have a lot of, let's do Laborer Tunic. Nah, they look dashing in the Genteel. Let's do that. Okay, crap that. Boop. And then assign this to, where's Punana? Where are you? There you are. Boop. Perfect. Now let's bring the wool to the Woolhaven. Everyone looks like they're good to go. Oh. Oh, you have wool with you. What about this, youngster? I'll sell you ranch animals in exchange for wool. Go on. Take it. 50% off? I'll take it. All sorts of ranch animals around here. If you complete tasks on this board, I'll sell you some more. It's like, what board? And it's just like, oh my god! There's so many things on here! There's a lot to be done in Woolhaven. Each merchant will have a quest board to task for you to complete. You must track the quest with a to claim your reward. Cool. I'm just gonna go ahead and bring a level 2 Yakish to a bear quest board. Okay. How do I bring them with me? Oh, hello there, Yoka the Stargazer. I'll be with you in a second. First things first. Hey, are you gonna eat that? Thanks, my guy. I'll meet y'all in a second. All right. He's just like, oh, this is great. I can make money off of this. I just collect a bunch of meat and sell it to this man, and they're just like, fine with it. It's kind of crazy. Ouch. Don't worry, little guy. Animal lover, royal pooper. I know exactly where to put you. You're in the farm. You're in the farm, my guy. Right. Tend the farm. Alright. We are going to now bring... can I, like... Okay, so they're level 1. Look at him, he's so cute! Alright, they're hungry. Okay. So... if I feed them... We're gonna feed this one berries. He's like little... He's like green and everything too. Interact. Walk. Ooh. Pet. Okay. Alright, cool. I didn't realize that you could pet them. Ride. Requires level 3. Okay, so we need to give him a pet. And then we can give this one a name. Pumpkin. And then we're going to give this one a name. We're going to name this one... I know someone's going to be super excited for this. Melon. We're going to give them like little fruit names. I named this one Melon because it's green. Like a little watermelon. Look at him. Look at little melon. Look at baby melon. He's so cute. He's a cute little boy. Oh, you. Now, if they die, I'm gonna be really sad. Now I'm gonna be really, really sad. Oh, let's give you. Oh, we need to get this guy gold. Hello. We need to make more gold. We should make some rot as well, but mostly gold. More gold. Oh, yeah, perfect. We need this. I'll just increase into 3 so I can interact with this. Melon the melon also praising thing. Please don't. Guys, don't worship the flesh statue. Just the flesh people, okay? Just the flesh people. Well, y'all, me, fine, but not the flesh thing. Enemies have a chance to dropping rot burn on death. Ooh, that's pretty good. Okay, so I need to do this. Looks like 4 more times. All right, cool. I need 1 more for that one. Perfect. All right, looks like this is good to go. Now that I know how to level up the yaks, we're good. Gotta keep. Oh, right. We need to. Let's raise Coca the Stargazer. All right, have fun in fields. I'll probably be joining y'all later today. She's so cute. Cold mother, frost crown, fleece of snow we pray, shroud of ice we beg don't go, stay, stay, stay. You are returning to her, yes, all of us, to keep our hearts beating, to keep our mountain ours. I have missed it all, so much. Thank you for guiding me home, shepherd. Oh, okay, cool. All right, what about Aniel the Scala? Uh-oh, I have a feeling she's gonna be a nerd. Nerd! Just like the scream from the thing. You're here, the last lamp to fall. You're finally here. Is Sariel intended? Our souls return to her, to what lies beneath the mountain. I want to go home. I want to go home. This isn't my home anymore. Okay. You're welcome, first of all. Alright, let's see here. Hey, what do you need help with? Oh, my home. It's fallen prey to time and neglect. Where will I sell the cards? Cards? Oh, all the magic cards that I could have sold at bargain prices. It's like... magic... What? Oh, if only someone could help me build my shop. I would surely give them a bargain. It's lovely, my home, my lovely home. Thank you. The cards will be yours for some simple wool. If you have time, my children Asa and Koru love to play hide and seek. They left clues on the board. Here's a hint. If you ba, it will make them laugh, and you will know that they are close. Is this Ba? Where's Ba? One of these are Ba. Got it. It's R3. Frozen Heart. Gain 1 Frozen Heart. Okay. Hell yeah. Bro, I'm loving this DLC! No! My pieces, they're all gone in my museum. Ruined our history, our customs gone. We have 1 out of 2. Sorry. We need more. I need more, wood. Alright, so we have quite a bit of stuff to do, and I'd love to see it more. Alright, so we can't go any more that way. So let's... honestly, we need more cursed you wood anyway. So let's move forward. We need it. We traded all of our blight anyway, as well. Alright. Spawn black ichor as you walk. Curses consume less fervor. Enemies have a chance to drop a fish. And when hit down to half heart, all enemies will be dealt 2 damage. I mean, I guess that's okay. Godly Dagger is high. It's not the best. Divine Blast. Divine Blast! Oh. Well, this is awkward. This is a wonderful little room, but I don't need it right now. Muchas gracias. Oh. What is this? Obviously some kind of insect.
What? Speak up! You mumble as badly as Munch. Say, what do you do? Nothing, I bet. Sitting around, chewing grass, no drive, no purpose. I tell you, I used to go to work both ways with across the street with no legs, just hovering in the air in the snow during a hurricane. I tell you, no one wants to work hard these days. Oh my god, I didn't even read it. That's hilarious. Not you, not any of these rotten beasts, not my no good granddaughter. Who's your... Oh, I know who your granddaughter is. She's a moth, I guess? Hold on, what's this over here? What is that? Is that like a sin bar? That's funny. It might be a mosquito. You might be right. Oops, I missed. Ooh, ooh. Oh! Yep, look at all that cursed U bark. Lovely. Exactly what I need. Hello. Oh. Oh boy. Yeah, you're gonna take all that damage now. You're welcome. Is there another guy in here? Oh. And there we go. Yeah. Yes. The resources are pretty based. I'll give them that much. Oh god! I missed. Oh. Ugh. A little much. Just listen, game. I don't need you to give me any more gold. Give me the other materials. Oh, hello there. No, no! You're not real! It is only this poison, air, and my guilt for all those lambs who fell to my axe. I exiled myself here as penance. Here, the lamb souls flock to repent. Isn't that enough? What am I doing? I cannot linger. The creatures here they're coming. Oh, oh. Hopefully we can ease their burden, albeit a little bit. Oop, oop, oop. The dagger special might be one of my favorites. The line does so much damage. And you. Any more? Okay, that's it. Oh, what do we get? A hyena form? They're so cute. That's so good. Alright, we need you trees. What else? I don't know. Sin on the right is pretty good. Yeah, the Cloud of Daggers is peak. I don't really need health, but at the same time, I want to see what's that thing on the left. So we're going that way. Aww. Nice snow. Remind me of sister. Oh, wait. So it's not who I thought it was. Parts from pool make me feel good. Okay, well, I found the 2 siblings. So not who I thought it was. I think that's a questline that I... Who the fuck is this guy?
Well, yes, hello! My, aren't you peculiar? Sight of a peculiar place. Welcome to my garden, an oasis of beauty in such an ugly place. But that is my burden in life. But beauty has a cost. My flowers are hungry for flowers. And if you give me some, they might give you some back. If you're a giving mood, why not give it a try? He's like a person who's trying to make a pun but doesn't know how to make a pun. Feed flowers. Oh! Ooh! We got a chameleon little guy. The flowers like you. Aren't you a lucky, thing? Oh, well. Seems the flower is displeased. Why don't you try again? Oh, well. The flowers don't want you to have anything. What a shame. Seems the flower is displeased. Why don't you try again? Was it just a 1 out of the bunch? And I just won the first time? Oh, here it is. Cage for enemies and experiments. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I always wanted. Thanks, Santa. Oh, lush. Oh, lovely. See what beauty can be found here. Can I, like, take one of these? Okay, you're not mad if I take this. Okay, alright. I was really being like, let's not take these flowers, but these flowers are the ones he cares about. He doesn't care about the other ones. Let's go gambling! Let's go! And doop, and doop, and got all my rot burn back for the winter. Not for the whole winter, but enough. Where they will not die while I'm away. I'm gonna go ahead and just steal the devotion real quick and then... Oh. And... Easy peasy. Let's see, what do we got? Ooh, Merciless Flail. Let's do it. This could be cool. This could be fun. Ooh, that's some good final hit damage. Rain down a storm of lightning. Chance to drop blue hearts. Don't mind if I do, if I don't say so myself. Hello! Oh god. That was a crit too. Oh right, Godly Flail. They can crit. Good to know. Hello. Do y'all give meat? No, why would you? You're only made of flesh. Oh boy. Ooh. Okay, it does like lock you in a movement. Like you can't roll or anything. Once you're invested, you're in. No! Sozo! No! Of illness. Oh, delicious. Kim loves it here. Can you smell? Can you taste? God remains. Little god of chemic flowers, followers, chemic made them themselves. Immune to projectiles for 10 seconds. Sure. We're gonna be done soon anyway. Because the boss is right here, so it's not gonna be back in time. Hello there. Good thing there's no boss here, am I right? Oh god! Uh-huh. Oh. Ooh. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm immune to projectiles, you fool. I didn't mean... I honestly forgot what this did. Oh boy, that's a lot. Ow. Oh boy. Huh? Ooh. Oh boy! Ooh. We're kind of we're like stuck there for now, and not for long. You're gonna die. Almost. Oh, right. 1 second. Awkward. Now. Haha. Hey, big guy. Goodbye, big guy. Tin Romper? Nah, blueprints all the way, baby. Let's go. Romantic and horrifying all in one. Aw, how do they know? How do they know my type? Foul, a fountain frothing with foul rot. I think that's just magma. I think you're being a little, you know, a little much. All right. Hello, I'm here to collect your boys. Down we go. Oh, down we go. I think we need to bring back our mushroom boy back. Cause like, I thought he was like a main character. But then again, we didn't give him like an immortality talisman or something, so we can't do anything with this yet. Can I like collect? I would like to collect it, but there's no, I can't spend it on anything. So like at the same time, I'm like, I would like to collect it without. Oh, I guess I can't. Oh, interesting. Next egg will be golden. Ooh. Where's the body? Drake, where's the body? There it is. Alright, Sozo. Died from illness. I don't know why, you were ill. I didn't think you were, but I think what probably happened is that he stopped being high and then he, got very ill because of it. Because that's what happens. Got all this meat. And what, Melon, what are you doing down there? Why are you just sleeping on the ground? Okay, you know what? I'm not going to tell Melon what to do. Melon gets to do what they want. Okay, let's bring our boy back. Ritual, ritual. And then Sozo. He's like, oh, thank God. Alright, and then now, let's do a sermon. Get our thing all the way up, and then actually, just this, right? And then that's it. I think that's it. Increased damage dealt by the heavy attack. I think everything else after this is just candy. Ritual. Let's try to increase our faith a little bit. We could do a brainwashing ritual, but then everyone's gonna get sick immediately. Distribute money to all your followers. We can have a funeral. We could do that, but what if instead we could have a wedding? We can ascend, but I don't see anyone who's like old. Okay, it's fine. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. I think there are ways to, like, have increased faith without there being, like, an issue. Okay, time to shear. And then shear. And then we're going to feed you a berry. And then we're going to feed you a berry as well. And then we're going to pet you.
Yeah.
Interact. Pet. Oh, what's up, Sozo? How was dying? You're coming back. The little mushroom had to leave. Yes. It had to leave. But Sozo knows that there are others. Lamb, but Sozo more. Yes, good. Sure. I resurrected you and you immediately go away. You know what? To be fair, you need to find yourself. All right, let's show off Pumpkin. Let's walk. Does it go back down? Oh. We can take them for walks, and they like us when we do that. That's you know what, fair. All right, y'all have fun. I'm just gonna take them over here. Hey, look at this little guy. Unlock Lamish to buy. Let's go.
Well done, youngster. A fine ranching specimen. And I've found a new ranch animal for you too. Would you look at that?
Hell yeah. We need one more fleece, so we'll wait for that. Return lost souls. Is winter gonna get even worse now? Smile. My flock returns, so does the pain. Hunted slaughter we had suffered. Now our suffering spreads across the mountain. When my strength returns too, the power of winter grows.
Winter ×2.
Winter has grown stronger, and a great storm spread across the lands. Blizzards will strike, howling and furious. They could be dispelled if you're prepared. I'll improve your furnace, my shepherd. Okay, that's good. I didn't realize we were playing. What was the one? It's not Frostpunk. Is this Frostpunk? Can dispel blizzards. Let's go. Perfect. Let's go. Winter rages. The cult must weather the storm. Blizzards may occur and wreak havoc in the base. Fill the furnace in order to dispel them. Hell yeah. So now let's do our last ad break of the day and do that. I'll see y'all in a few minutes. Go to the bathroom, get some water, get some food. See y'all in a minute. I'm gonna go back to sitting down. Hee 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 ho ho ho. Hee hee har. I am old. And probably the way I stand is probably bad for my lower back. Okay. You have a wonderful night. Thank you for stopping by, Dragon, as always. It was wonderful having you. And I will see you probably Saturday, honestly, to do more of this. Hey, Ludo, welcome back. Hell yeah. That is a gift. Ladybugs are adorable. Just know they can also infest, so like if you see a lot of them, it's probably a problem. Oh, I shall. I am, and I will, and I will. All right, let's see here. I mean, the winter is here, but... Or the blizzard is here. The furnace keeps it away. Well, that's good at least. Oh, got you. We need a crap ton. Gotcha. Right, in that case... The one who waits, excited by mission. Alright. Rot burn. We'll have Melee go out, get more rock burn. And then we'll have Bear Man go get some rock burn. Alright, we need to like go get some rock burn. We need to go get it like now. Especially since we need more. Okay. I was gonna say we only got 3, so yeah. We need to go get it. Ooh. Oh, we could do this. Let's do the fire ritual. Oh, it's on cooldown. Ooh. That's Oopsies. Alright, let's view upgrades. No, let's collect our stuff. And then view upgrades. We won't collect the new people until either after the blizzard or, you know. Alright, let's go get more rot. Let's do you. Let's get our boys out of there! You need 60 in order to get rid of the thing, which is kind of crazy. 30 more damage during the night. Double health when healing. When an enemy is killed, 10% chance of striking a random. Heavy attacks no longer require fervor. Movement speed is lowered. Ooh. With a dagger, and we get to spam our special. Let's do it. Yes. We are slower, but you know what? That is worth it. Oh, what's this? Oh, hello. How are you? New face. Did you fall down here too? I was herding my animals when I saw a big light in the sky. The ground shook, and next thing I know, here I was. My poor herd. Look at them. Scared to death, but my darlings, Thistle will find us a new home. No, I could offer you a place to stay. Oh, hello there. Are you real? Or just another ghost? I don't know anymore. It means anything to you if it matters. I did not want to do it. The gods cannot be disobeyed. I'm going mad down here, talking to ghosts. Let's move on before I agitate it. Aww. I wish I would say something. Like my guy, come on. She's obviously suffering. And I have nothing to say. But maybe the character has like still some beef with an executioner, you know, trying to kill him and all, which is fair. But still, you know, it's kind of like, come on, you're a god now. Get over it. Is that our boy up there? Oh, that's a boy up there. Is that the one who waits again? Oh my god. Why are they just choosing him? Why do they keep choosing my boy like this? Praise be, that was amazing. You would slash and then I can't wait to tell the others what I saw. I'm the luckiest missionary ever. He's like, has a frown face on. Just sighing, rolling his eyes. But they give him such lines. Oh my god, that's so funny. It's happened twice. Hello. Well, alright. I should have known better. Come on. What's this? Gain half a spirit heart per dissenting follower. I mean, I guess. Let's see what happens if I use it. Yeah, I can't use it. I don't have a dissenting follower. And I'm not gonna either. And then suddenly one of my followers dissents. It's too cold! You didn't do enough to warm us! Let's see. Oh! I didn't realize I was facing off the king of the slimes. Oh wow, it actually is a slime. I was kidding. That was crazy. That actually was 100%. Oh my god, one of them is dissenting. It's like they knew. It's like they knew. What the fuck? What the hell? It's like, yeah, one of them's gonna dissent while you're gone. Alright, let's see here. Question mark. More of these guys. Ooh, rot. We need to go. We're just gonna go straight right. Oh, hello. Oh, dragon. How are you missing the dragon? What the frick? the one time. Oh god, that's so funny. Thank God. Welcome in. We found a dragon. Oh, you are alive. I haven't seen one in, I don't know, no sun here. This child of mine here, I've warmed it a century. It does not hatch. It does not want to be in the dark. In the dark with me. Take it somewhere else. It's my bus, so I forgot I could have just watched stream on my phone. I'm sorry you missed your bus, though. Hopefully that wasn't my fault. But leave me something to remember it by. Some flowers, perhaps. Oh, I don't have any flowers. Oh. That sucks. Hello there. Okay, let's see here. Oh, these flowers might work. Ooh. Is this a outfit? A poop costume. Well, I know who to put that on. Flowers on you, aren't you lucky? And there we go. We need more yellow. Alright. Alright, so no more yellow. Okay, that's a problem, but it's fine. It's not fine, but we're here. Oh. Hi.
That's you, the quiet one. Welcome to the Sin House, house of hard work and hard play. I'm Madam Fervor. Unlike my prude granddaughter, I will increase the sin of any follower you choose.
Sure. Do, Piranha. Let's do, honestly, let's do Hutre. He's already, dissenting. Okay, he's still dissenting. Where are your manners? Say thank you when you leave. I have work to do. Pleasure to do the chase. Something. Oh, okay. Hi. Hello, sweet thing. Isn't this grand? I finally found it. My purpose. Have you found yours? You should take this. Perhaps it'll allow you to shine as I shine. Oh my god. Look at all these worms, dude. Can I, like, swing in here? I can swing in here. Wild. This is a wild game. I love this game so much, dude. Alright. There we go. We can end the brutal blizzard with this, hopefully. Hello there! Yoink! Well, let's go ahead and use this because one of my guys is dissenting. They're not going to be dissenting for long, I'll tell you that much. Because they're going to be prisoned, and if that still doesn't work, I'm going to kill them. Ow, I just got here. And boop, boop, boop. Yeah, easy peasy. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. I'm not really using the other one. The axe is fine, but again, the dagger. Oh boy. And yeah, I was gonna say, what was that big one doing? Ooh. What kind of room is this? I like this. Thank you. Even Cursed You Bark too. Damn. I'll take it. Hello, I'm here to steal your shit. And make followers, and I'm all out of followers. And please? There you go. Oh yeah, the lightning hits when the last guy dies? Uh-huh, sure. Hello. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And this is pretty simple enough as a puzzle. There you go. I mean, it's something, it looks like I'm kind of helping it in a bad way. But I'm just going to trust that it's not being a problematic. Wool of the Shrewd. Wool of the Charred. And then choose Regrowth Necklace. What is that? Hold on. Oh yeah, I have to know. Follower will survive a natural death. Necklace will be destroyed after. Interesting. So it's like immortality, but worse. Got it. Heretics defeated. Let's go. Plus we got a sin out of that too. That's not nothing. Tell you that much. So let's take care. Let's get take care of the blizzard. Oh, the blizzard's gone. There we go. Where is the dissenter? Oh, we need to work on something. It's nighttime. Crap. We can't do anything. Build. What is it that I need to build? Oh. That's already built. Then what is it that you want me to... Oh, it's probably just stick. Interesting. Okay. Alright, I have returned, and since you had discovered that we wanted to turn into a residential area... yeah, I turned it into, buffalo herd area. Okay, so the food's going. Let's go ahead and actually let's go to this. Get all that picked up, and then get all this stuff good to go. Again, I could have sworn there was like an upgrade thing for that. I didn't realize it wasn't. Not an upgrade, but you get to add everything at the same time. Hello guys, how are you? Builds. Again, why is this? It's like, hey, you should build this. I'm like, there's nothing to build. We need to wait till nighttime. Oh, right. Can't I, like, sleep? I can. I can skip the night. Alright, let's go in here. First things first, let's have a ritual for bonfire ritual. Everyone warm up. Everyone warm up by the fire. Everyone is warm by the fire, including the dissenting guy for now. For now being the key word of this. And then have a nice sermon. Perfect. And then... Alright, the dissenting dude. Where the frick are you? Here you are. You, I'm gonna do re-educate. Oh, do I need to imprison you and then re-educate you? You stay near the bodies. Literally, so funny. Alright, so that's locked up. So everything now seems to be better. That's full. Okay. Grab this. Alright, perfect. Okay, now that we have this second level, what do we got? Butcher's Block. We don't need Butcher's Block yet. Exorcism Altar? Randomly alter the traits of a follower? That's wild. Rot Burn Mine. Ooh, we should have that. Medic Station. Assign a follower to be a medic and escort sick or injured followers to the healing bay. That's also really good. Let's do the mine. Children crave it. Alright, let's see here. Mine. We'll have 3 of them going. Boom. Or, oh, okay. I guess that's as much rot burn as we got, but that's okay. We'll be getting more from the mine. We're making the mine to make more mines. Wait, isn't there a thing that we can do? Isn't there a faith one? I could have sworn there was a faith one that was just like, it'll auto 100% chance of... Oh yeah, that's funny. It was like an anti-dissents. Chance of increasing follower loyalty. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Magnificent mixed meal. We need more fish. So we need one of those. And feed it to the man. Or we could just, you know... re-educate. We can't do anything more with them. Alright, let's see here. Interact. We are going to pet. We are going to... This gives them something to eat. I don't think they need to eat yet. Let's see. Yeah, they're both full. So if I shear, yep, and I shear, perfect. And then what if I took them for a walk? Can I also take you for a walk? Look at that. Look at the boy. Ooh. I wonder what that is. There you go. And then now same deal. You gotta walk your little bison. Gotta walk them till they're tired. Walk them till they're fighting all the enemies you desire. Buddha, Buddha, Buddha. Oh. Let's go! Look at that, 94% accuracy snow. Let's go, perfect snow lamb. Let's go.
Anyway. Now, let's bring the new people in. I like the chameleon guy. He stays. 20% let us start a winner. Hell yeah. So he's just like, please, please, I don't want to die. Mine rot burn. Dark want decay. There you go. Come on in. Mine some rot burn. And then we get a new card. What do we get? A rotten tooth, bared teeth, 20% freezing time when hit. Ooh, that's pretty good. All right, what do we need? We need one more, which is kind of wild because they die in 6 days. So it's like not a lot of time. All right, let's see here. Anything else? I'm not seeing anything else. Let's go ahead and get. We need more science to get more cursed U-bark, or like blessed U-bark. Okay, so before we do that, let's go ahead and go up here. Hello, we're gonna repair your thing. You did it! My museum! I have found some of my pieces too! Do you know of Flockade? If you want to play a game, please come inside. What the hell is Flockade? Oh! First let's learn it, and then we'll figure it out. A strike, block, parry strategy game with a twist. How do I play? Oh. Okay, got it. The more points your opponents do out of 3 rounds with a Flockade. Oh, blessed pieces. Some pieces are blessed with special abilities like changing positions. That's kind of cool. Hello. All right, just go easy on me. Oh. Oh, okay. Got it. A sword that cuts scripture. When a duel begins, all pieces in the same column move up 1 square. So they have a shield, which is good against sword. So we're gonna have that. Can I like do this? Duel begins, all pieces in the same column. Not row, column. Okay, I bet you it's, yeah, we'll need to do, we'll do that and then that. Okay, bold choice. Paper beats rock. And then paper beats rock. And then I need a sword at the last bit. Ooh, when a duel phase begins, all pieces in the same column move down 1 square. We'll just do this here. No! Oh. They don't do anything. And then I lose this? I lose? Oh, I won. Okay, thank God. Oh. I was so concerned. Okay, alright. This one moves down 1 square. Okay. Okay, interesting. This one will counteract the last one, which is what we want. If that moves 1 square, we want this one here. And then we'll just have this be here, I guess. Well, I guess worst case comes to worst, we'll just have this be a tie if we do it this way. Okay, so they will beat me once. So flip once. They beat me with that. They tie. I beat them, and then they beat me. So they won that one because they flipped once. They did the one flip there, which is kind of crazy. So I need to be really aware of if they have one opening, they could put a flip down. Interesting. All right. We'll have that fight that. So we have a down there. So we'll have this be here then. So we need a sword. Perfect. Unfortunately, it's double paper. So this will beat that. And then we just need paper on the left there. And I think we're good. Okay. I win this, if I'm understanding correctly. Okay. Uh-huh. These, I lose that one, unfortunately, but, you know, it's fine. I beat that one. And then I beat this one. Take that, NAL. You're dead. They're like, oh. Let's go! Blockade is a game of strategy. The pieces are all named the great figures of lamb kind. Each of my collection has been lost, but you might be able to win special pieces from others if you could beat them. But for now, how about these? You get money. Money. Oh. There was a pig in lamb kind. A rhinoceros. Hey, are you sure these are lambs? That has antlers. I'm honestly not gonna read all that. But let's try a Twitch chat one. Let's see how this works. All right, Twitch chat. Give me your best shot. Let's see what you can do. If you dare. Okay. Ooh. All right. So that's paper. What does this do? If a piece wins a duel, 2 points rewarded instead of 1. That's crazy. Too bad I'm gonna kill you. Another sword, ties are 1. When a duel phase begins, this piece will turn into any other piece. I guess this. You might be able to? I don't know. Just do what you would do in order to, like, vote. And see what happens. I honestly do not know. Okay, so that moves things down, which is now sucks because otherwise... Oh, ties are 1. Perfect. So if ties are 1, then we want sword here. I guess? What's an RPS? Is it like one of those ones where it's like it's a rock, paper, scissors of advantage? Okay, that could be any other character. So not sword. So as long as it's not sword, then paper's safe for that. I like how, like, I'm talking about my thought process to the people that are trying to kill me. Okay, so now this one is a sword. And put it here. Alright, let's see how this turns out. That one switches. That one switches. We win ties. We win those. We win that. And then this one is just a tie. Take that, Twitch chat. Yeah, in your face. Y'all are like, I haven't voted this entire time. I don't know what you're talking about. Way to be humble. Dueling, ties are 1. Let's do that. All I need to do is, if you're going to cause... I just need to make it so that ties are 1. Or it's going to be a tie. Or I'm just going to win. Ooh, alright. Okay, you're giving it to me. I see how it is. If this piece wins, then it's 2 instead of 1. Let's do that there. We want to give ourselves options in case y'all get something tricky. There's like 78 dead people according to the inept cult list. No, that checks out. We've been like 220 days. Okie dokie. So that's a tie. We want paper here. And then that way, at the very least, we're going to tie. Unless y'all do something crazy. Oh. You son of a... You did something crazy. Haha. When a dual face begins to swap places with a 1 in the same row, you were gonna... but joke's on you. I also have this swaps places with the 1 in the front. So, if you... Plus, it beats sword. Get effed. Get effed. Y'all, I got RPG'd there. That is not fair for y'all. You essentially had a shoe-in. And then the game was just like, here's your shoe-in. You had a counterspell in your hand the entire time. And here it is. Switch. Switch. These fight. I win. These fight. I win. These fight. Tie goes in my favor for this. But I don't get 2 points for this. You did block the 2-pointer. I'm just kidding. Well played, guys. That one was... I got very lucky. I got very, very lucky. Is there anyone else to fight? Oh, I bet you it's the other people that we've been finding that are just like, what am I going to do with my flock? We must brave new swords. Strong as our shields, acute as our scribes. Win wolf from Anil? Oh. I already did that. Alright, can I... okay, can I fight you again? Alright, well, yeah. Let's... Oh, that's because I didn't bet anything. She was going easy on me. She's gonna fleece me. Literally. Alright, what do we got? So ties are there. So we want... down here. Mm-hmm. Oh, ooh, okay. Dual face begins, it could be anywhere but that. Okay, if that's the case, neither of us know what's gonna happen. We're gonna honestly... Let's do a shield. Let's do this here. Neither of us know how that's gonna work out. Yeah. And then this is gonna be boom, boom. Oh no. Ooh, perfect. Perfect. I think I win these. Okay, became a sword. So I lost that one just from random, from a 50-50, unfortunately. Beat that. Lost to that. Tied to this. but won the last one. Now, what shall we do? Let's see here. Honestly, no one knows what's gonna happen. Let's throw this in the back. Okay. All right. Paper. Let's put this back here. Hope that they don't get a reversal. They immediately got a reversal. Yep. Cool. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Dang it, I shouldn't have filled it out. Okay. This might be her round. Honestly, let's gamba. Okay, I think this is her round. Let's see though. Okay, that becomes paper. Yep. Literally could not have gone more in her favor. All those randoms went into her favor. That's absolutely crazy. What the fuck was that? Y'all saw that bullshit, right? Holy shit. Those were each 50-50 and each one was in their favor. Crazy. Ties go to them. Oh gosh, that's not great. Let's do this one here. Okay. Oh my gosh, give me something. Let's do this one here. Oh, am I willing to roll the 50-50? Yeah, I'm willing to roll the 50-50. All right. Let's do you. So that's at least one in our favor. You son of a bitch. If you don't have a flip... Okay, the game screwed me. The game 100% screwed me. 100%. 100%. They gave him exactly what he needed. Yeah, there's nothing I could do. The only thing that I could hope for is that it's going to be... See, here's the thing. If I switch it here, he wins ties, right? Which means it's, again, another loss of the 50-50. The only thing that I can try is this in prey. We'll see. The first round's in the front. Yep. Oh. Is this going to be a tie? No, it's not. I lost twice. This game cheats. This game 100% cheats. They wait until I bet. Don't be disheartened. I dedicated my life to Flockade. Yeah, we're doing it again. No, come here. We're doing it again. Get your butt back in this game until I kick your butt. All right. Let's see here. We're gonna go ahead and do boom. That's gonna go down. That's gonna switch. Perfect. I could. Okay, so here's a... I mean, yes. Get out of here. What are you doing here? Okay, that's going to go down. We could just tie it up. Because if I go here, there's a chance that he'll flip it back around. I think. But, like, I want to do it here. But what's going to happen is that what I'm anticipating... Okay, this is what I'm anticipating. It might not work. I'm thinking to put it here. I'm thinking it's going to put me up and then it's going to flip. Because if it flips and then ups, I've screwed myself. This is order of operations what's happening right now. And then defense here. Let's see if I'm right. Please. Okay, and then flip. Okay. Oh, she got 2 points from that. Son of a... So it's a tie? Nothing happened? Oh, we both win. Oh, shit. Okay, we both get a point. Alright. Okay. Oh, Mercenary Sword is so good, though. We need a tie. We'll have a tiebreaker here, just in case. Okay. Gosh. That would be bad. Let's try this one, because we still don't really know what's gonna be here. Okay. Alright. So here's the problem. If they do any kind of flip entry, we're screwed. If we do this. We don't know. Okay. They're going for the 50-50. That's just a loss. If I just do this is a loss, but if I do any of the other ones, then it turns it into a loss. So it's literally lose, lose, lose. Just for what I'm seeing. All right, let's just hedge our bets and just pray. And what are we gonna do? Okay, we won that. We get 2 points from this. They get 2 points from that. I get 1 point from this. They get 1 point from this. And so it's a draw again. Draw 2-2. Okay, what does that mean? Neither of us lose. I'm going to strangle this game. Give me the mission. Oh, I have a mission now. Suddenly she's just like, oh, if you're being serious, now I'm actually going to put my glasses on. Leans forward in desk. Okay. Can be anything but a sword. So it's a 50-50. If it's anything but a sword, then we'll just put this here. Then it's either going to make me a win or it's just going to be a draw. This... Oh, perfect. Honestly, perfect. Don't you dare. Don't you fuck... Okay. Okay, we're good. We're fine. After having my farm, I'm working on my ranch. Hell yeah. That's going to move back up. So we're just going to do this here. Oh, you're going to flip it back around? Okay, that's fine. Here's another sword. Okay. Kicked her butt this round. This round, she got completely destroyed. That's a 1. That's a 2. Name a sheep dinner. Dinner bone. Just in case you forget. Okay. We'll see how the game turns this up for me. The game's like feeling sorry for me, and then suddenly I kick its butt, and it's like, oh, you're getting cocky. Oh. Oh, okay. Let's do that. That could be anything but a sword. So it's either going to tie or beat me with that. Which means that's unfortunate. I guess this here. Okay. That, I think, is worth pursuing. Oh, let's do Tizer 1. Should I switch that? Tizer 1. And just pray they don't get up. They didn't pick it. I'm genuinely shocked. That one is going to be ties or they win. This one automatically makes me win this one. Unless they... Okay. Unfortunate, but smart. Okay, I win this one. Tie. Tie. They win that one. So it's a draw, so I win. In your face, Annelle! In your face! Very good, very good. I won a round of duels, Shepard. It's an honor to lose to you. God, I hate her. She's such a good sport. The lone shepherd. Shepherd, what of your flock? Oh, we got a piece. At the start of your turn, the opponent draws 1 piece instead of 3. Ooh, that's actually kind of crazy. All right, let's bring them about. Chazak the Shrewd. What do we got? How shrewd is this man? Bah, about time! Where have you been? It was awfully cramped in there. Awful. If I had known I would have to suffer such conditions, I never would have agreed to any of this. Questions acquired. Excellent. But we must continue. For our suffering, the world will suffer tenfold. Okay, and what about this one? The Charred. What do we got? Is it like a bell? Kinda. Oh, nope. That hurt. Did the ritual work? Yinya, where are you? Please. Okay, well, oh, okay. Oh, yeah, let's get this guy. Let's get this guy made out of meat and bone to over there so we can, before they start dropping like flies. There's a spider joke in there somewhere. What's up, fellas? I'm just gonna see a dark, want decay. He is a cyanophile. Will gain 100 loyalty when freezing. Okay, so he a freak. Got it. You're a freak. Mine. But first... Worship to the flesh god. And then what? So, what card is this one? What do we think? It's gonna be... People want to be immortal via being frozen, right? So, Walt Disney, is that you? 20% chance of negating damage and instead damaging the enemy. Ooh. Alright, we need 2 more. Do we think we can put 2 more before they start dropping like flies? The next egg will be golden because of Twitch chat. Hell yeah. It really is the no you card. Actually, you know what? Before we talk to them, we need to find some guys. And I don't mean beat it like that. I mean like preferably if we can find 2 flesh people. Hey Nightwolf, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. What do we got? We got 2 times the amount of coins drop, receive 2 damage from poison. Yeah, didn't you know? Sacrifice Rotten Follower and then resurrect yourself to return to full health. That's kind of the opposite of what I want. When attack 10% chance of getting damage, recall any weapon and curse to regain half a blue heart. Perfect. Okay, let's equip this one. Right. Let's see here. And get that 3rd hit. 3rd hit. There we go. We need to be a little bit... try to be a little bit fast in this. Because I think this might be the last day our flesh boys are alive. Hey, what's up, man? Time for a long tale that'll take 3 days, Ed boy. Eons gone, these lands were rife with gods and their adherents. What befell this pantheon, alas? It was the almighty billion. Just kidding. Few left, few slept. They were devoured. 'Tis their nature of gods to consume. Yin Ya loved her flock deeply. She feared without her they would be lost. Lambs grave leading. Sans thyself. Undertale, god of death. Also Undertale. Now the love hath transposed to hate. 'Tis a shame she was the purest of souls once. Yeah, so it is her. Got it. No. So you don't get a hit box until you die. Got it. Ow. Hey, come here. No, come here. Okay, we got some charge shard. We got some charge shard. Oh boy, oh boy. This is a beefy room. And bah. Look at a small little question. Oh, this is a mountain. This is the new DLC. Oh, hey Ratu. Hey Ratatouille, how are you doing? Basically, we are now helping out the god of the lambs while returning her to her flock, but we're finding that there's like something that she might have forgotten that she did. And there's this like hellish, like beneath the mountain fleshscape that we're doing. Crusader, why? It is a relief to see you. I was fishing in the ether pool and slipped in. I'm not quite sure what happened next, but I ended up here. Would you be my guy, Crusader? Will you take me to the end of this cavern? Most thankful. Yeah, I got you, my guy. Just keep up, alright? Hello! Quick! Move! Don't waste time, don't waste it! What? You? Get out of my way! We have a busy work to do. It's very busy, very important. Yes, you can come to worship, perhaps if you were lucky, but for now, move. Okay. Well, bye. Alright, well. Oh, we got Little Worm. We got Little Worm follower. Okay. By all means. Okay, we need Guy. There we go. We have Guy. Perfect. I wish there was more than one. Gonna be real. No, after we come back from this, we'll be able to get another one immediately. Perfect. As long as none of them die before we get there. I have indeed just summoned Dodo. Because last time I said something like that, I'd be like, luckily none of my guys are dissenting, and then they dissented. So, another step closer to the end. Oh yeah, you're going to be here for a while, aren't you, my guy? All I ask is that you don't die. Sure. Recycle and gain some health? Damn right I will. Let's go. Hello! 50% chance of becoming invincible for 10 seconds or 50% to gain blue heart. Sure, why not? Why not? Big worm follower compared to the global average. And we got hearts. Lovely. Oh boy. Good thing we had the hearts. Whoop. You gotta hit him with that spin move. Well done, Crusader. And I thought that would reach. My bad. It's actually a very average reach. Global average. Ooh. Get over here. I don't have time for this. I didn't realize y'all were the summoner. Oh, come here. You're killing my time! You're killing my buzz! Oh, what do we got? Acquired bottled rat. I guess it heard me talking about buzz and they're like, hey, we got you. What is rot if not fermentation? You know what I mean? This guy gets it. Points to a random chatter. Alright, get a follower. Oh, wait, this is a follower, not a stinky follower. Oh. Well, it's fine. It's not really fine, but we're here anyway. Oh yeah, no, he's meant to be here. The views still count. Oh my gosh. What are these boomerang heads? What are those boomerang head guys? What the hell are y'all? What was that? Ow. I am getting my butt kicked. Do you mind? Oh gosh. There's so much stuff happening. There's so much stuff happening. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. We're fine. We're not fine, but we're fine enough. We just can't get... Is anyone old? I don't see anyone that's old. Maybe this one? Well, I gotta say, I needed more. I did say I needed more of these guys, but I also have the thing that I get full health by eating it. And this guy is literally named Hungry. So, one step forward, two steps back. Can I see, like... Okay, so that one... Level 1 is... Can we get, like, a level 2? Can I tell how old these things are? Because some of them are about to go away. Can I, like... Where? Or... I wonder if failing would still give me a chance to get another one. Let's see. I've been martyred. Yeah. Oh my gosh. You could have seen it coming. Ow. Oh man, our guy is just like, hey, can you lead me the way? And then I die, and he's like, can you... What about leading me the way? Alright, let's see. Oh my gosh, y'all are so damn picky. Alright. Let's see here. Boo. And then we throw a bunch of fish in here. There we go. Let's re-educate our guy here. Oh, nope. Nope. Get back in there. No. Get over here. No available prisons. Oh, you broke it? Get back into prison. What the hell are you doing breaking my prison for? Re-educate. 2 plus 2 is 4. 4 plus 4 is 8. And they're like, no! Alright. Let's see here. We want... What do we want? Did we want to raise anyone back? I don't think we did. Oh, let's see if Cute Boy. Let's see if Cute Boy's dead. Probably. Let's be real. Probably. Here, let me go by alphabetical. Let's see here. There you are. There you are, my guy. Let's bring my boy back. You're in Cult of the Dodo. You never die. You're just temporarily gone. Hopefully you had a good vacation. You're not getting another one anytime soon. The cult needs you. There we go. Alright, what did you guys get? I've returned being successful. Thank you. Appreciate it. How about you? You have got a bunch of these. Sweet. And both... Oh, nope. I need you to go to bed. I need you to go to bed. Kind of messed up that you let me die. First of all, I can't do anything about old age. Second of all, I'm sorry, my resurrection wasn't convenient enough for you. Go to sleep. Okay, cool. So all of them are going to sleep. Let's have a medic station. And then, what do we got here? Industrial decorations. Cool, 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 cool. Here we go. Medic station. We'll put medic station by the medic station. That makes sense. Okay, everyone's eating. Everyone's getting food. Excellent. And what's funny? I found you because of Cold Life Short, and now I'm here. Exactly. That's why we had to play it day one, dude. We just had to. Alright, these are level 4. I need to get them to level 5. Oh, right! Hold on, before things get too crazy. Okay, perfect. This isn't made out of flesh. You disappointed me once again. Get out of here. Make sure the next one doesn't have skin. He's like, what the f? Wait a minute, what did he say? Be cool if you can't stop people from aging. I know. I mean, I can, but they die. I can stop you from aging. It's really simple, actually. But if you're asking to stop aging and still be breathing, then, you know, then it's a little crazy. At that point, you're just being too picky. I mean, what does he mean by no skin? Right, exactly. We want to talk to these people. Oh, look what happened to my forge. How am I supposed to smith without a forge? Well, sounds like your problem. They're like, what the fuck? What about you? You. This is terrible. Who's responsible for this? My shop's in shambles. Well, someone better do something about it. I think y'all are being very needy for someone who just got brought back from the dead. You have a lot. You have a lot to complain about. Alright, let's see. Let's see. I don't think anyone here isn't already part of it. Nightwolf, I think we need to resurrect you. So we do 1, 2, 3. Fetty, 1, 2, 3. Wow, you just became a purple deer. You know what? I'm down with it. Gullible and naturally obedient. Yeah, definitely get them out. If they're starting to swarm, definitely, because they can infest. It's probably when he's a ghost. Ah, you never know. Alright, let's see here. We want more cauliflower. Did y'all want cauliflower? They're like, no. I think you did. I think I saw you in the dead area. Alright, let's see here. We want shear. Yoink. Shear. Yoink. Then we want to... How are y'all's food? Food? Good. Alright, cool. So we want to... Wait, can I... Look at you. You're so cute. But you're not gaining anything. So we're going to go ahead and go for a walk. Gotta give this little one a walk. Little one a walk. Little one a walk. And then we need to give this one a walk. Oh, well, I couldn't okay. I can't interact with anything while I go in for a walk. Crazy. Come on, Melon. Let's go. Oh, I could just do it in circles. Interesting. Pet. Level 5. And pet. I think there was something here about level 5. Oh, make another snowman. Look at that perfect snowman. That was 94% last time, too. Hell yeah. Expand my my land. Let's go, Stardust Knolls! Rejoice, you found the sound of our hammers, the echo of our faith. I feel renewed. Why would you do that? That seems like a lot. Can I not? I wanna. Okay, that's fine. Oh, were y'all just? Were they just sleeping? Dearest land, together we have shaped ruin and rebirth. Bring me gold bars and we'll forge something great in the meantime. Okay, go. All right. Yeah, right. Let's go! And they're paid properly. Hell yeah. Thank you for the purpose you have given me against the dust and decay. May our work stand the test of time. Farewell, friend. Okay, cool. We found Star-Nosed Wolf form. Hell yeah. Look at all this space. Well, they have some work to do by clearing this area. There we go. That's full up. That's good to go. We're fine with that. Looks like we have a sermon to do real quick. Oh, I should have waited. I should have waited to raise Nightwolf. It's fine. I'll just raise Nightwolf now. It'll be a little bit down. Or wait, is it on cooldown? It's on cooldown. Okay. Once that's off cooldown, we'll get Nightwolf in here. We got you. We got you. Excellent. And then, what else we need to do? We need to gather all of this. Find Mushrooma and Honora. Rebuild the forage and shop. Let's see. Oh, right. We need you. Okay, great. We are in desperate need of the one who waits. Excited by mission. Hell yeah. We need more shards. Get us more shards. Melly, you also go ahead and give us more shards. And then where's our boy Cute Boy? You gotta earn your keep. Come on. Alright, let's get you out of here. Go ahead and get some shards as well. Thank you. Preach. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Why is the health down so much? And as I say that, and then I make a perfect snowman. By that it means it's even less perfect than the previous one. Oh. Life to the ice. Temporarily imbue snowlands with life, allowing them to work as followers. That's crazy. That's funny, yet crazy. Seriously though, why? Where's our? Where's all the cleaning? Oh, there it is. All y'all pooping out here. Oh, get back here. Get back. Nope. No, I don't want to build a snowman. I want to chase the poop that became sentient. Obviously. I'm getting worse as time moves on. Glorious fate. Some elders have cast their cult and now seek a place for final form. Yeah, sure. Why not? Are they made of flesh? They're like, that's a weird question to ask, but yeah. Hit yourself, I swear it. Sure. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Guano. 1, 2, 3. Welcome. Oh my god. You know what? You look pretty cool to me. Get in here. About 70% snow to 30% man. It's a lot of snow. Alright. Now I think we might have enough you. Maybe. Alright, what about you over here? You know what? I want the one that's like crying, because I feel bad. What's up here though? Oh! Hey guys, we got a polar bear. Isn't that awesome? Don't ask what it took to get that. Son of a... Okay, good. Oh, thank God. Oh, I was like, don't tell me I just used the one thing I needed in order to rebuild this. Wow, you fixed it. You fixed the whole thing. The forge is repaired. The fire is lit. I will bend my ore to my will. I will shape the very earth. Or something like that. Okay, cool. What? Thanks for all your help, actually. There's something else I was wondering if maybe you could... There are weapons whose deeds have passed beyond memory and into legends. Weapons sanctified in great acts of bravery or blood. I tracked one deep in the belly of the mountain. There remains. Seek it and return it here. It is my great wish to find a legendary weapon. Tried 50-50 before. Too much, man. Right? Hello! Made the specified adjustments. New shards delivered. Do not deviate. Gauntlets yielding results. First subject disfigured. Mute. Remaining pups liberated. Intact. Success. Once prototype complete. To my specification, do not deviate. You will be returned. I agree. I agree. I'm a fan. Did I actually go in here? I didn't. Hello. Ah, right. All right. I helped you build this entire thing, but no, it's good. No, it's fine. You have a business to run. Uh-huh, sure. This is what I wanted. I wanted you. And then I want you. And then bring 2 Lamish to quest board. You don't have anything for me out here. Did I already do this? I haven't found this yet. I haven't found your kids. Sorry. Weirdly, I'm not screaming randomly throughout the level enough. This one isn't going to do anything, so I have to find the people. You have nothing to offer me. I said that poorly. You don't have any people for me to buy. No, that's worse. That's worse, idealist. You... I can't interact with you. Better. That was the best one, and that's not good. Because it really wasn't good. We are running out of food. So if this winter could like hurry up, that'd be great. Okay, let's go ahead. Oh, what you're deciding? Drink house is now full of drinks thanks to Twitch. Oh God, they're getting drunk. Getting out of here. We're gonna go ahead and go up. Okay, so we need... Honestly, we need more yellow. So let's go up here. Hello! Coming in from the other side. Honestly, if we're gonna... I kind of want to play this for another hour. We're gonna go for a little longer stream. So we're gonna do a quick ad break. Look at these cards, and then we'll go until 6, because I want to. Sacrifice a rotten follower when resurrecting yourself to return with full health. Okay. When hit, spawn a tentacle that damages enemies on contact. 10% chance of gaining a blue heart when killing an enemy. And relics charge 1.25 as 5. Gift from below is real good. 10% chance to get a blue heart. I can have as many of those as I want, I believe. So that's really good. Oi, oi, oi. Alright, let's see, what else? This is... They keep on giving me... Oh, whoops. I did that on accident. I keep on misreading that word. It says Forsaken Idealist. Calm down. Gotta have the hammer. Gotta make sure. What was the charge of this again? Ah, it was this one. Gotta have that spin. Gotta have that Monster Hunter spin. You know what I mean? Alright, we're gonna keep on waiting for our ad break to be over before we continue, because I like to make sure we, it doesn't feel crappy not being, like, having ads even more than it already feels crappy having ads. Am I right? Because it's like, it's bad enough, and then you're just like, oh, I guess. But yeah, no, I've been really enjoying the DLC so far. There's a lot to do, which is nice. It was one of the things I was kind of worried about, is that there wouldn't be, but the last DLC was also had like a lot of stuff. But last time, I think we started fresh to do the DLC, not realizing that it was an in-game activity, so we had to essentially beat the game from scratch again to do it. So I didn't do a new one this one, but from what I saw is that they actually said like where it goes in, but it's like you didn't need to beat the game in order to get to this point. I think it's only after you've unlocked the ability to like kill the bosses, but you didn't have to beat like the final boss. What? Right? So pretty good. Pretty good. And I'm liking the theme, I'm liking the build up, I'm liking the story. We're definitely playing this again on Saturday, because I want to keep going until we beat this DLC. Does that mean we're gonna do it 3 times in a row? Maybe. We'll see though. But we're definitely gonna do it this Saturday. But I'm glad it's as good as I anticipated. It's very, very good. All right, and welcome back. We're gonna go kick some butt. Oh no, the wolf statue. It has a knife. It has a knife. Oh, you have to kill all of them at the same time. Their lives are linked together. That's very freedom of them. Oh, the lightning. The lightning. I was distracted by the lightning to deal damage to enemies based on the amount of tarot cards you hold. I'll take it. Oh, hello. Oh. Take that. Ooh, I don't. That he was charging. I did not want to be right about all along. Oh boy. Oh boy. How dare you have numbers? And okay, we're fine. Hello. I'm gonna do that again. Man, it really is just like that guy is the guy that I use that ability for. Oh boy, can you stop? Or at least give me the ability to use lightning. One or the other, pretty please. I'll take it. Oh, what do we got? Monkey. Alright, what do we got? Ooh. We do need more fleece. And a follower too here too. Yeah, let's do it. No flesh? No flesh. Y'all got all aggro on me. Yeah, get him, Tentacle. Get him. And got him, and haha! Oh god, there's a bomb wolf! That was a bit of a spawn kill, but I don't mind. Gotta get that wolf out of... Ooh. Look, it's like a little snow leopard. Aww. It's okay, little guy. Everything will be fine. Probably. They're like, what? Just like fall in the hole? It's like, yeah, just duck and roll. You'll be good. Hello. Other brother on the inside, I know you are. I mean, I know they are too. I want to help you, but apparently I can't speak. Which is kind of wild, but you know, whatever, I guess. I think the hat is problematic if I remember correctly. Ooh, hello. Oh. Yeah, no, that would indeed give me wool. Good to know. Oh, we didn't drop the new guys off at the thing. Oh, we could have had an extra day with the llama and the extra buffalo. It's fine. I'm just not being efficient with the way I'm doing about things. And if anything, that's worse than saying that I'm not entertaining. If anything. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, right. Are you single?
You are beyond reason. You travel to my mountain, spreading this rot, sickening me, sickening the pack. I will save this mountain, the free pack. This rot must be stopped. I will find a cure. Give me all the rot burn you have, or destroy the rotten followers you foolishly house. Bro, I just got a bunch of rot burn. I will use this to find a cure. I had 100 rot burn. That hurt. Well, you know what? That's what I think about your experiments. That's what I think about you doing that to me. Take that. They're bad wolves. They're mad scientist wolves. And to be fair, they attacked me. All right, they started this. But yeah, they're all wolves. Well, tell your friends to back off. And then I won't have to. Ow. What? What did I get hit by? Ooh, blunderbuss. Oh, that's a boss. Let's check out the other areas first. Oh, wait, hold on. Why can't I scream? Why can't I scream? Interesting. It said that I can scream in order to get to find the boys, but I can't scream. Weird. I really don't care about any of these, so it's fine. Don't give me that look. Hello! Again, they fought me. Alright? I'm just walking around. I'm just being here. Hello! Okay. Well, this one's red, so we're gonna go ahead and... It's red. Is this red? That's green. Oh, okay. There we go. What do you, okay, what's the alternative? Tell me the alternative. I just don't play the DLC. No, they reached old age! No! Fuck the game! Well, actually, if anything, I'm cleansing the land of the red infection. I'm helping them, if they would allow me. We got another one. Resolute. Aren't they immortal? You would think. We'll take a form over that, definitely. Mammoth! Hell yeah. Well, to be fair, I will also say, I would like to say I'm cleansing the mountain. If anything, I'm making it worse. But we will eventually cleanse the mountain. Eventually.
But most likely. Yes. We have had to like resurrect them before. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, there goes another one. Alright. Alright. Everyone, stop. Alright. Y'all, so, like, they're made of meat. I don't know why y'all are super, like, causing a big deal out of this. It ain't that deep. Here's some meat. Alright, hold on. We need, first things first. You're sick. Oh no, you're injured because you got into a fight. Okay. What? I felt like one of your other ones were sick, but they were probably starving. Okay. Now, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna have a nice ritual. We're gonna have the snowmen. Requires snow lamps. Build snow lamps from snow piles during winter. Oh, it's no longer winter. Oh, okay. Now when I finally get to use it. Let's resurrect Nightwolf. But first, we should probably make it alphabetical so we can search you better. Just a few dead people. Just a couple dead people. Mostly, but these are only made of meat. Right. You're like meat and some like other stuff. These are just meat people. No, Jesus isn't one of my followers, but we've been trying to get him. Let's see. We should probably find another way to increase. Ooh, we could brainwash. That would help. Holy day. Your followers will not work for a day and gain 80 faith. You know what? Tempting. We can eat. What would be good? We can have a wedding. More sin. Oh, is there? Yeah, there's someone who's old. Let's ascend. Which one of you old mothers are gonna get ascended into? Okay, Patremer, I see you. Juano is old already. That's crazy. Hecate, we're gonna get you back as soon as you die. I'd make disgusting meat if mosquitoes don't want to bite me. That's crazy. All right, Patremer. He's like, I don't want. Yeah, that's practically senile. That's practically geriatric. 40s? Imagine being close to your 40s. It's crazy. Look, so many people love that. Look at that. We even leveled up. Classic. Alright. Alright, let's get y'all some food. Alright, here, what do we got? Industrial decorations. Some decorations will follow within. I mean, those are fine, I guess. I guess we'll do Butcher's Block, even though we're not going to be butchering them anytime soon. What's this? A hutch. Can be placed inside a ranch so animals can breed. Oh, good to know. Wait. What do you want? No, not you. You. What do you want? You honor me, great leader. I am eternally grateful. Oh. What did I do? Can one of y'all, like, cook? Oh, is it doing the thing where y'all won't cook anymore? Hold on. Okay, now we're gonna do the same thing again. Can you go cook? Why are you? Oh right, I bully you. Pretty sure. It's okay. Because you were being mean to people. I remember this. Work and chef. Yeah, it's not reading the tasks on here. So I need to remove it, rebuild it, and then re-queue it. I think it's a bug currently. Here we go. Put that in here. I like that I need to put it in an enclosure. Or near an enclosure. Just a reminder. Just to remind them. Nothing crazy. Alright, there we go. Remove kitchen. Make kitchen. Where are they going? Y'all want to have food, right? And then I recommend you help me build a kitchen. Did someone die? Oh, right. Those guys. Oh, right. You're also in jail. Let me re-educate you. There you go. Next to the body to fertilizer pile. And all that. Just as a reminder to remind them, like, hey, by the way, I can turn you into fertilizer, whatever I want. There we go. Oh, what's... Oh, okay. Which one of y'all did it? Nightwolf, I'm looking at you. You get resurrected and suddenly there's a giant poop? Uh-huh, sure. Sure, bud. Whatever you say. Look, they're so cute. Oh, they're so adorable. Alright, let's see here. Some clip. Well, that's true. At least you're building. Let's go ahead and give you some berries. Hey, what's up, Addis?
Excuse me, leader. You look fluffy today.
Thank you. You know what? You know what? Just for that compliment, come here. You, intimidate, murder. Good boy. Compliment receives compliment. There you go. Let's see. This one needs good pet. These aren't ready to be shared yet. How's everyone's health or thing? Melon, and that needs a little bit of food. Melon will give beetroot. And you will give cauliflower. Ooh. Llama's favorite food is cauliflower? Good to know. I didn't know that. Interesting. That is indeed fascinating. Yes. Which one of y'all is... Yeah, Pumpkin, you're 5. Wasn't there... Oh, I need to get this guy to level 2, right? Alright, time to walk. Come on, you and me. I need to show the guy that I'm not, like, bad. There you are. A little bit of a level up. Oh, actually, 1 sec. 1 second, llama. There we go. There we go. And walk. I am not. Look. He's so cute. Look, he's so cute. I need to give her a name. I need to give all of them a name, actually. Alright, over here. Boop.
Well done, youngster. A fine ranching specimen, and I found a new ranch animal for you, too.
Hell yeah. Buffalo. Buffalo. Boop. Let's have another llama. We should at least do a 2x2 if possible. And we need another... We need to get this guy up, right? Yeah. Oh, right. We need... Oh, I wonder if they're back yet. Oh my god. Let's go ahead and get you back. What's she doing way over there?
Oh.
I wonder if they go off on... They come back on their own. Because the other one did. Alright, and boop. Okay, they're still doing stuff over there. They're being fed. Good. Hey, Radish, how you doing? We need a... Oh, okay. Died from rot. Prepare for burial. Harvest meat. Prepare for burial. All right, come on. We gotta put you in the fertilizer maker. Perfect. And now we're gonna bring you in. You know what? It's been a while since we've done this. Let's start up a raffle. Let's see if anyone wants to join in on this, if they haven't already. Oh, good, good. Glad to hear it. I'm enjoying the DLC. Have you been playing? Or at least keeping an eye on it? It's a thing that you interact with on the side of the stream itself. What's the pressure? I'm playing Fallout 4 modded. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, this is it's kind of like an extension kind of deal. Yeah. All right. I'll give everyone 10 more seconds to join. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go! Welcome in, Radish, with a naked mole rap too. Let's see what you bring to the table, Radish. You're a germaphobe who's virtuous and cynical. Honestly, if anything, that's just a Christian. I don't know what to tell you. I've seen plenty of those people in at church. So like, that tea tastes different when you put it in boiling water. It should have been obvious. That's really funny. It's really funny. It's just like, yeah, no, that's me. And you. Hello. Hey, George. Hey, Alice. These strange animals on the ranch, they speak to me. They want follower meat. Feed Melon some meat. Oh, no. Melon. Yeah, you're still alive for now. However, we're about to feed alpaca some follower meat, so who knows? So in Woolhaven. Oh, they're in Woolhaven? So they're just here. Ooh, what's that? Ooh. Hey, come here. Gotta catch the ratch. Cold Mother, we pray that evil be kept at bay. We pray for paradise beyond lost of those not of wool and bell. We pray you triumph in war against those who seek to use your flock for your own selfish gain. Cold Mother, we pray for your victory over chaos, pestilence, famine, and war. Cold Mother, we pray for shelter to raise our young. Cold Mother, we pray for you to return safe and whole to us. Okay, seriously though. Yeah, that's still nothing. They said that it's in Woolhaven. This is Woolhaven. So now I'm concerned. Now I'm indeed concerned. First, I keep forgetting. Oh, y'all are deciding my fate. Lovely, lovely. All right, welcome back. Leader, we have returned from the missionary. We have an offering. Oh, thank God. Exactly what I needed. First of all, thank you. Second of all, go to bed. Now. Alright. Which one of y'all? This one is exhausted. Shamora. Okay, Bearman. We need cursed U-bark. Good luck. Melon generated sin. Melon, what did you do? Well, speaking of sin, hold on. Actually, before that, let's get a hutch in there. Oh. Fedibri has left the cult with $251 because they had the spy trait. Yeah, that's somehow not surprising to me in the slightest. We'll put that down here. So one of them was a spy. At that point, I'm like, okay, whatever. And then let's go ahead and, well, let's try to collect some of these first. Uh-oh, we don't have a lot of crops to utilize. Oh. Winter is brutal. I will give it that. I was like, I'm totally have all this food, and it's like, oh, well, about that. All right, let's see here. We have a cow. Look at you, he's so cute. And then one more of this. In particular, we're gonna go ahead and shear you. And, oh gosh, alright, pumpkin, or melon, I'm going to feed you follower meat. Uh-oh. Calm. Walk. Okay, so this is a problem. Can I, like, calm you even more? Okay. Oh, we calmed this animal today, huh? Alright, well, how about this? Place posts. There's gonna be a timeout post here. In here, there's a timeout post. And you are getting put in the timeout post. No. Oh, those aren't tied. Why aren't... I placed a fence. Why isn't it tied? Move. There we go. No. No. Come here. There we go. Heal. It's okay. It's okay, pumpkin. It's alright. It's alright, little one. Oh my god. Grass. Do you like grass? You like cauliflower. And then you... we're gonna pet. And you we're gonna pet. Yeah. Melon, how did you... get in here and stay in here? What? Walk. Release in ranch. Walk. Release in ranch. Okay, there you go. It needs to, like, say in ranch in order to, like, stay. Got you. And then, oh, I got you. I'm guessing the star means you could do more. Gotcha. Can I, like, do anything else to get this guy under control? I guess not. Maybe build a second ranch. Works together with a ranch fence requires 8 empty tiles. Yeah, even if I wanted to put like a second ranch, that's a lot of tiles. What are you doing out here? Oh, who are you? Are you outside the boundaries of this level? What was that llama doing down there? You, get over here. What are you doing down there? All right, they're fine probably. He's looking. Let's do a little bit of church. Little bit of church. Oh, actually, before we do church, let's get these guys in. We did it. Perfect. Returned. Perfect. Go to bed. Q-Poi, go to bed. I feel like I say that a lot to you. And then the one who waits, that one's good. We're gonna have you get cursed U-Bark. And then we're gonna have Q-Poi just got back. So we're gonna do Piranha. Go ahead and get us some U-Bark. Perfect. Now, so give me all that juicy experience. And that's it. Okay, dokay. What does this mean? So we need to talk to George. Where is Alice? You. First, shear. Second, interact. Walk. You should be in here. Oh, Melon's being possessed by a demon. 1 second, Melon. Okay, let me get that for you. I forgot that they possessed you. That was the thing that happened. Oh, right. Can I, like, do this one specifically for somebody? Can I'm the one who cook it? I forget if I have a campfire to even cook things anymore at. Oh, yes. Let's get this. We'll feed it to our dissenter people. Person who is dissenting. Our fellow dissenter people. Food's so good, it makes you believe in God again. Okay, so I can't interact with it, so that's super fun. Okay, got that. I guess it doesn't really matter. Re-educate, because they are essentially educated now. Or not. Or not. They need an extra day. I suppose. Alright, so that's ready to go. And now, where is Alice? Oh, did I send Alice, like, out? No, I didn't send Alice out. Where is Alice? Oh, there you are. No, come here. Come here. There you are. You made one of our guys really angry, so that was super great. Yeah, thanks for that. Glad I completed your quest to turn one of our guys just evil. Which is, it's still funny though. Okay, this one is... What was the button that makes it auto-deposit? I wonder if they stopped it. This one doesn't have 8. That's kind of crazy. I guess grass is all... What happened to all our seeds? That's crazy. Alright, let's heal you up. There you go. Didn't mean to wake you, go back to bed. Find in Woolhaven. Where would they be? You can find us not too far from home. Where are these little buggers? Oh. Oh, I found poo. Oh, found them. This was fun. Will you play with us again? No, but okay. We got the Frozen Heart card, so that's something. All right, Frozen Heart card. Okay, what's next? Oh, someone died of old age. Such cheeky children. You are a very talented secret shepherd. Thank you. Okay, so they're in the cult now. So your whole thing is me finding your kids. Not the biggest fan. A level 3 bull cow. Decided my fate after someone died, huh? Okay. Let's see. Where are the dead? Oh, dead person's here. Oh, well. Looks like the multiples are gonna be dropped in. All of y'all still really react when someone dies, and I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. Besides, you all have died at least once. Like, it is not crazy. That little flesh guy is so happy he gets to just do that. Okay. I don't know if that is doing what I think it is, but it's there. There we are. Perfect. Oh! That's what it was. Re-educate. Radish is just making fun of him. Alright, release. You're good to go. And then... Got that. I knew it. I was like, there's definitely something. Oh, we also have a bunch of bodies here. Good to know. There's quite a few bodies that we haven't gotten rid of. Oh. She's calm now. First pet. And then now you walk with me. Deposit the ranch. Perfect. Boop. 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 Now we need to get the cow up. So let's go ahead and... Ooh, milk? Good to know. We have milk now. Interesting. We need to get this guy to level 3. What's up with you? Let's clean you off a bit. Perfect. And then let's give you a little bit of walk. Melon's right there! What do you mean? Melon's fine! Luda, are you making fun of the animals? Do you want to die? You wanna die? Because I'll kill you. Let's see. Oh, right. They're in here somewhere. You said they're in the Colts. So it's something about finding. We need to find them. I guess there's poop there. But where would they be? There aren't too many places unless they're hiding in the crypt. You know what I mean? Okay. Loyalty? No, I don't want any of these. What are y'all doing back here? Are y'all making out? They're just behind there. Let's go in here. All right, let's knock this out. Let's get this sermon up and going. All right, let's. There's some old people. We need to start doing something about it. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of a cheeky sacrifice. The flesh ones we might actually need to do it as well. But let's see here. What do we got? We got old 30.99. We got Hecate. And we got Shamora. Ooh, Hecate and Shamora. Let's go ahead and do 30.99. And then for Hecate and Shamora, let's see if we can give them something to keep them from aging. Because I want the big bosses to stay, if possible. But if I remember correctly, Hecate and Shamora, or once you're old, you can't be given anything anymore. Inspire, yeah. Let's see. See, read mind, eat, drink. You can't give anything. You can only inspire. So we'll have to wait till they're. Oh, I forgot that it's an AOE. Anyway. Okay, so we can't do anything here. I mean, we can. We can do this. Randomly alter the traits of a follower. We'll do this for the path up, but we won't do much more than that. Let's see here. Ooh, a shepherd's pie. A meal made for shepherds. Perfect. See, here's the thing. This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking this is just bugged. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna go ahead and make a fireplace. Where are you? Structure's already built once. We already have a cooking fire. But where's the damn cooking fire? Oh, right here. Let's do. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I think the kitchen is just currently bugged so that they... See, look how hungry they are now. They weren't eating off the table. So I think a lot of my food's been going to waste. We're gonna have to do it manually until a bug fix comes up. Which is fine. It's not crazy. That is not crazy in the slightest. In the cult. Where you preach is where you will reach us. Oh. There you are. Yeah. Aw, how'd you find us? We'll find a better next time. Lambs are good at finding things. Oh, whoops. Wow. Anything else that we may have missed? I think that's it. We gave... Oh, you're dirty. Come here. Can I? Okay, you're as high as you're going to get. It's fine. And then, yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do as far as food. Food's becoming a problem. Honestly, I like the. I'm tempted not to to collect those. Hey, Daddy, what's up? Please, leader, my best friend is lost in Silk Cradle. Can you help save them? Sure. Let's go ahead and do the quest point thing here. Oh, wait, hold on, the U's. We need more of those. Okay. I was thinking the U's as far as this. We need 2 out of 6. Okay. Okay, are we gonna find your kids again? Molten. We can get 1 molten heart. Ooh. Lovely, lovely. Oh, you found them again. They're mischievous, quite like their father. Do I want to know? Pilgrim's Passage, yeah. And then they're just gotta find your kids over and over again. Okay, well, I mean, I guess. Silk Cradle, quest board. This one doesn't have anything new. Can't build this one without the U stuff. We have Meat Guy, but technically his life doesn't count down until after he comes out. So it might be one of those things where we hold off on getting them out until we have like a bunch of them, because we need probably 8 total in order to continue forward. He did. That is true. He did. I did ask for no skin. Skinless, you know. That I did ask for skinless, and that is what was provided. So I really don't have any complaints, really. Impeccable service. 10 out of 10. Would save again. All right, let's see here. Let's do perfect. Oh, I need to cook. I sometimes forget that I'm the one who has to cook these. They all are. Only the best for my followers. None of them proceeds to eat. No, that's fine. No, that's fine. I only cooked over a hot stove for y'all not to eat. No, that's crazy. No, that's fine. Let's go ahead and milk. Pet. Is that enough to 3? It is enough for 3. Perfect. Let's go on a walk. And then someone pooped somewhere. I see it on the top left where it's like, hey, you sure? There's a bunch of gross stuff around. And that usually means one of y'all, even though we have a toilet, didn't want to use it. Alright, here you go. Here you go, my guy. See, don't I do a good job? We got turtleish. Well done, youngster. Fine ranching specimen, and I found a new ranch animal for you. A turtle? This guy looks like a father to an AI program. Yoink. Alright, we gotta get him to level 3 and then a level 5. Then a 5 to have that, and then... Okay, alright, sure. Weird, but alright. Alright, you and me, we're gonna ride our way back. Come on! Ooh, the cow's really fast. Let's go! Hell yeah. That was cool as hell. Alright, other. Slow and steady but doesn't care for winning races. It gives... Oh. Interesting. Level 2 bonus, level 3 bonus. I thought this gave... Oh, okay. So this says this favorite is that one. So the level 2 one, you. If I feed you cauliflower, is it your favorite? It's not. Okay, so it's dependent. It's dependent on like what. It's kind of like random. It might be their favorite, it might not be their favorite. Good to know, honestly. Sure. Here's a beetroot. And then also here you go. And then we're gonna walk my turtle. First of all, they're not the followers. They're the ones at the ranch. These are different. How I make them different? I have no idea. I honestly have zero clue. But how are you doing, Alice? Hopefully you're doing well. You caught us on the tail end of the stream. That one, there's nothing in here. That one we're gonna wait. Ooh, okay. So we got enough here. Oh! Oh, we can just, instead of rebuilding, we can just repair now because of the carpentry station. Interesting. I'm doing good. I've really been enjoying the, Oh, I just saw poo. I saw it. Oh, they already got it. Perfect. I've really been enjoying the DLC. Where's my child? Which one is that one again? Which one is your kid? Or do you mean Alice? Or George? Because I believe George is alive. Yeah, George is Alice as well. Oh. Do you remember their name? We can raise them. But that might have to wait till Saturday. Because as I said, you got the tail end of the stream. I was just about to close things out. Finish the saddest quest ever. No! Like a coward? Damn! Hackett! No! Oh! Well, time to throw him in the bin. Well, we have to get Hackett back. So one sec, we need to bring him back. Alright, oh, we don't have enough bones. Okay, well, we ain't doing that. Alright. So if that's the case, let me see. Let me see if there are anyone that I can raid for y'all. But no, this was a lot of fun, guys. If you're tempted to play it, I highly recommend playing it. It's a good time. Highly, highly recommend it. I don't remember who your child was, Alice. I'm gonna be real. I don't think you fully understand how many people have died. There's like 80 of them. And like 10 of those are sons of gods because y'all kept on doing it with the gods and creating children. And I'm going to put that in air quotes. And go ahead. So I have no clue. Pocket. Ooh, Aracuya. Yeah, let's get you guys over to Aracuya stream. They're also doing Cult of the Lamb, which is perfect. They also have like a really interesting like world around their stream, so I've been checking them out lately. So that's what we'll do. So thank you all for joining me here today. It was wonderful having you. We even did a longer stream because I was having so much fun. I'm glad you like the new costume. I'm glad you like all that kind of stuff. And yeah, we'll play more Saturday. So I'm looking forward to that as well. So I'm just going to go into the leaving, but stick around for actually we'll start the raid first. Raid Aracuya. Perfect. Okay. Thank you all for being here today, and if I don't see you Saturday, I hope you have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I will see y'all later. Have a good one. Stick around for the raid. See ya. Bye-bye.